believe our jury is here, so are we ready to proceed with our next witness?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Probably, yeah. Yes, yeah, we'll do it that way. Everybody here? And they all signed in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect. Thank you. It's more important that the jury see that. That's fine. I can, and I typically do peek around, so that's fine. It's. I'm always curious to see which way people use the pointer. Almost everyone does it backwards. Yeah, you should use the yeah, that's the right way.
This is how this has been noted.
I think yesterday the only person that got it right was our first witness, Mr. Lowe. Or I think he was first.
During the trial of not of the jury of you guys and the proceedings.
Yeah. So long as you do not take any images of jurors, and so long as you take no recordings, make no recordings, then yes. All right? Oh, yes, stills only.
Judge, are we ready for the jury?
I think so, yeah. Yes.
He said to bring them in anyways.
Okay. We got 10-200.
Okay.
Jury entering.
All right, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats, please. Once again, thank you for your punctuality, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I really, truly appreciate it. And it makes the system run much more smoothly. Everyone is signed in, right, down in the jury office? Perfect, thanks. All right, who's the state's next witness?
Good morning, Judge. Our state's next witness is Ruben Estes.
Morning, thank you.
Ruben Estes.
Ruben, you're gonna stand right here.
Waving, if you need.
Pen? Sure.
Face the clerk.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Ruben, right this way. Watch your step up.
Okay, sir, when you're comfortable, will you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record and for the jury?
Ruben Estes, REUBENESTES.
All right, thank you. REUBEN, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Ellis, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Estes.
Morning.
Can you start out by telling the members of the jury, where do you currently live?
557 Teak Drive.
Okay. And how long have you lived at that address?
It's going on 5 years now.
And do you know someone by the name of Travis Rudolph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you see him in here this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you just point him out for us?
He's at the defense table in the middle.
Just make the record reflect, please.
It shall, and it does. Thank you.
Now, how do you know Mr. Rudolph?
They're my neighbors.
Okay. And when you say they're your neighbors, are they next door to you? Where are they in relation to you?
Right across the street.
Okay. Directly across the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up briefly, which is states 1A, which is our map. Judge, maybe what is that?
Yes. Watch your step, Mr. Estes. Perfect. Thanks.
Yes, please. Okay, so Mr. Estes, I'm going to give you this pointer, okay? And if you can speak into that microphone, I believe it's on.
Yes.
Oh, and
So now-
Mr. Estes, watch your back because it's difficult for you. All the jurors have to be able to see.
Why don't you stand right here?
Sorry about that.
Can you still see if you stand right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so now this is Teak Drive, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you see your house on this street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where's your house?
Right here.
Right here?
Yeah, with a
Okay.
swimming pool.
Okay, and where is Mr. Rudolph's house?
Right here.
Okay. You can have a seat right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just watch your step.
So now, do you know Mr. Rudolph's family?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you developed some sort of, let's say, a relationship with them, a friendship, like a neighborly type of friendship with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you done things for them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, like what?
Miss Linda, Travis's mom, asked me to do odd and end stuff around the house. She brought me supper over to my house a couple of times when my wife was away. We're just neighborly.
Okay. And so you would you describe the relationship as cordial, friendly, and, as you just indicated, neighborly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to direct, and what about your relationship with her children? Mr. Rudolph, you said you identified Travis Rudolph. Do you know of any other children that may live in the house that Miss Linda has?
DJ.
Okay. And have you seen them at the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you friendly with Travis Rudolph and DJ?
I probably more with DJ. I've seen DJ more. I mean, I've waved and said hey to Travis, back and forth, but I've never really sit down and had a conversation with him. DJ, I have.
So I want to direct your attention to April 6th of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And before we get to what you saw happening that night in the front yard, I want to direct your attention to earlier in the day. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall seeing Travis Rudolph with someone he was dating outside of his house, having an argument or whatever they were doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the person that you saw, had you seen this person before at the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're familiar with her?
I know her.
Okay.
I mean, I have never said hey to her or talked to her.
Okay. But you've seen her there before?
Yes, ma'am.
And the day of the incident, had you seen her there earlier in the day? If you recall.
I don't know what time during the day. I seen them when they were outside arguing.
Okay. And what is your recollection of that argument? What did you see going on?
Just, it wasn't a good day for me, period. That morning, a best friend of mine right down the street died.
Sorry to hear.
And then I heard that, and it's like, oh, no, not again. Because they're time to time, they go at it out in the front yard and stuff. And that day, I mean, it was just normal yelling and going on, and she kept calling him a broke bitch. And I'm sorry, you know, I mean, but that's what she was saying, and, you know, I mean, like normal, Travis was standing there trying to just not involve in it, you know, and DJ was trying to kind of break it up like normal, and that's usually how they went, and, you know, I tried to just, you know, not today, I don't need this crap today.
Okay. So now, this particular episode that you saw in that day, had you seen them, you used the word get into it before, so this was not the first day that you saw the two of them, to use your words, get into it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So did it happen often? Did it happen, it was, you know?
I can't tell how frequently, but frequent enough that you remember it.
Okay.
You know, I seen him standing there with his arms crossed and her slapping him.
Okay.
And him just, I told DJ, I said, tell your brother, you know, there's no woman worth that.
Thank you, Mr. Estes. So now, on this particular, let's go back to that day that what you saw with the two of them, right?
Yes.
At some point, did you not see them in the front yard arguing with one another? At some point, did that come to an end?
I heard a car drive away,
Okay, all right.
and then I didn't hear nothing after that.
Now, did there come a point where you did hear something later on in the night after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury, what did you hear?
I just all of a sudden heard somebody yell, and then I heard a bunch of like slapping and hitting, and I got up and looked out the door, and there was two piles of people out in the front yard fighting.
Okay. You recall what time that was? Were you looking at your clock? If you know, you know. If you don't, that's fine.
It was late. It was probably after midnight.
Okay. All right. So now, in your residence, Mr. Estes, were you living alone at the time?
At the time, my wife was up in Pennsylvania.
Okay. So you hear this noise, you get up and you look out your door, you said?
Yes, ma'am. My front door.
Okay. And you see people fighting.
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they fighting?
Out close to the road, like where his driveway is, there's a telephone pole, there's a light post that was, if you're looking at his house, it'd be to the right side of the house, in the front corner of the yard. But some of them were over here by the driveway, some of them were over by the telephone pole.
Okay. All right. Now, could you make out, like, how many people you saw out there fighting?
I think I said before five or six or more, but like I said, there's two pals, and somebody was getting the best of somebody over here, and one would leave this pal and go over there, and one, you know,
Okay.
I think I explained like a ruckus.
Okay. Like a ruckus?
Yes.
Okay. So you just kind of saw people fighting, and then you saw people jumping here and jumping there, and then it was just fighting back and forth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, how long would you say you stood there and watched the fighting?
Oh, it was not long at all, because I thought, you know, you got all these people fighting and everything nowadays, somebody's going to pull a knife or a gun.
Okay.
So I left the door and I went to my room and got my gun.
Okay. Now, you went to your room and got your gun. Now, let me ask you this. Did you go get your gun because you saw somebody out there pointing a gun? Or you thought you saw someone with the gun during the fighting?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you go get your gun?
Because there's 6 people out in front of my house fighting in a pile.
And you
It's better to have it.
protect yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Just in case it went really bad, you were thinking something just may go really bad.
Yes.
Okay. During this fight, did you ever see, and this is during the time that you were watching it, did you ever see anyone out of these two piles of people fighting? Did you ever see anyone in a position, like a stance, as though they were like pointing with their arm extended, as though they were pointing a gun at someone? Did you ever see that?
No, ma'am.
So now you said there are two piles of people fighting. They're going back and forth. You're looking at it. At any time at all, do you recall anyone? And I mean, obviously, you own a gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you shoot your gun, do you extend your arm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you anyone with their arm extended like that?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anyone yell the word gun?
No.
Did you think to yourself, other than because you saw the people fighting, did you think to yourself, in addition to me getting my gun, probably should call the police? Did you think that?
I thought about it, and then I was thinking, well, Miss Linda was standing at the front door. She was yelling at them to stop, and, I thought maybe they would have.
Okay. You thought maybe they would have called the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said Miss Linda was standing at the front door. Did you ever see her leave her front door?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you went back there to get your gun in your room,
Yes, ma'am.
how long did it take you to go to your room, get your gun, and come back?
Maybe a minute. I mean, not long.
Okay.
It's not far away.
Did you do anything in between?
No, ma'am. I was coming back to the door, and then I heard the first few pops of a gun.
Okay.
And then I went to the door, kind of peeking out towards the side, and I seen muzzle flashes.
Okay. So as you were heading back to the front door, that's when you heard the first two sounds of what appeared to be to you gunshots.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you go to the door to look out to see, like, are these people who were firing guns?
I looked out the door, and I seen the muzzle flashes.
Okay.
So I knew they were firing. Oh, I knew from the first that it was a gun.
Okay. Now, did you see the person who was firing the gun
After the firing stopped.
after it stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you just kind of hang out at your front door just to see, like, what, because you hear these first couple of gunshots, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you just stand at your door?
Kind of to the side of the door, but yes, I could see.
All right. How many gunshots did you hear in all before it stopped?
The first time it was just a couple, and then the second round, it opened up. It was 10, 15, I don't know how many shots.
Okay. So you said the first round it was just a couple.
Yeah.
Now, you say a couple. Do you mean two, or do you mean, because I use the word.
Two or three?
Okay. All right. So maybe two or three,
Yeah.
something like that. All right. And then you said it stopped.
Just for a second.
All right. And then it stopped for a second. And then how many gunshots did you hear after that
A lot.
when it started back up?
10, a lot.
Okay. All right. Did you stay at your door the entire time until the gunshots stopped?
Pretty much.
So while you're standing at your door and the gunshots appear to you to have stopped, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see?
I seen Travis walking back to his house.
Right. And what was his appearance, if you recall?
He was just walking back to his house.
All right.
And he had what seemed to be like a AR-type gun in his right hand.
Did you see anybody walking behind him?
Daryl came up after him. DJ.
Did you see anything in DJ's hand?
No, ma'am.
Did you see anything in either one of DJ's hands?
No, ma'am.
And you had a pretty good view of them, right? You could see them.
Yes, ma'am.
As you saw them come walking back up to their house, Mr. Estes, did you say anything to the Rudolph brothers? Did you say, hey, what just happened?
No.
Okay. What did you do?
I just turned around and I thought about it for a little while, and then I called 911.
Okay. So you called 911 after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And,
It was a little while, though. I mean, it was a little while before I called them, but I called them after everything, after they went inside their house and stuff and everything.
okay. All right. And when you called 911, did you tell them that there had been a shooting out at in your?
I can't remember exactly, but yes, I told them that there had been a shooting out at my street.
So when you called them, you said it had been a little while, right? So when you say a little while before you called them, do you mean that the shooting stopped? You saw the Rudolph brothers go back to their house, is that right? Mm-hmm. And you didn't call them immediately upon seeing them go back to their house, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You waited.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you know how long you waited before you called?
No, I don't.
Okay. Before you called, did you see any law enforcement officers show up to the Rudolph house?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Is that what made you call, because you didn't see anybody showing up?
No, it's I guess the right thing to do. You know, there's a shooting in my neighborhood.
Okay.
You know, it's a nice, quiet little neighborhood.
Yes, sir. At some point, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when they arrived, did you tell them, or did you walk out there and make them aware that you had seen what had happened earlier in the night?
I made a officer. They were standing in my front yard, and I made him aware that I called 911, that I seen it. Yeah.
Okay. And did they take a statement from you?
Yes, it was a while later, but yeah, a detective, I don't remember his name, but he knocked on the door and he came to the house.
Okay. And that would have been where he came to your house and took an actual recorded statement from you?
Yes, ma'am, that night.
Okay. That night, or earlier,
No.
later that day, is that?
Well, it was early morning.
So later on in the day is when you gave your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After you gave your statement, did you meet with any other law enforcement officers? Did they meet with you about anything else?
I think somebody came to my house one day with a picture of Travis and his girlfriend, and asked me if that was who it was that I seen, and I said yes.
Okay. All right. Any other contact with law enforcement after that?
Your office.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am, I think.
Okay. Judge, may I have a second, please?
You may.
Okay, well, Judge, can I just have him step down once more?
Sure. Watch your step, Mr. Estes.
Estes, can you please come down once more for me? And only
He's
if you
going
know-
to need the microphone.
Judge, I apologize.
That's all right.
Sir. And only if you know, okay? So this is T Drive here. You see that? You pointed out
Right
your
here.
house. That's your house right there.
Yep.
And you said when you saw the shooting, you saw the muzzle flashes. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
What area? This is Redwood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now, what area did you see the muzzle flashes coming from?
It was down in his area.
Okay. All right. And is that where you saw all of the muzzle flashes coming from
Yes, ma'am.
until the shooting stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you saw Travis and his brother DJ walking back up, could you tell where they were coming from?
They were coming down the sidewalk. Right here's the sidewalk, and they were walking this way.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Estes.
Go ahead and back up to the witness stand. Thank you, sir. All right, any additional questions? Okay, any cross-examination of Mr. Estes?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Estes.
Morning.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. You build power plants all over the world? I mean, all over the United States.
I used to.
Oh, okay. You retired from that?
Pretty much. I want to stay at home.
How many years did you do that for?
About 20, 30 years.
Okay. And the neighborhood you said is a nice, quiet neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
You also have a boat for fishing?
Yes, sir.
Are you also a hunter?
Used to be.
You familiar with guns?
Yes, sir.
And you familiar how to use them?
Yes.
All the time you lived in that home, can you tell us and share with us whether or not you ever, even up until today, into that area, have you ever went and got your gun before out of your bedroom?
No.
All right. Did you feel your life may have been in danger?
I was afraid. You know, there's a bunch of people out there fighting.
All right. Was this a real fight, or is this like a couple of kids playing around in a schoolyard?
I thought it was a real fight.
People were punching each other?
Yeah, punching, kicking. It was a fight, a ruckus.
It looked like someone was trying to kill somebody?
Somebody's trying to whoop somebody's ass.
All right. Possible there could be some serious injury in this type of fight that you witnessed?
Like I said before, usually when you see something like that going on nowadays, somebody pulls a knife or a gun and it goes.
You don't know how this started, do you?
No.
All right. Let's. You said you were friendly with Miss Rudolph, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew DJ pretty good, or somewhat okay. You've spoken to him before, right?
Yeah, I know DJ better than I did Travis.
How come? Is there any reason why you didn't know Travis that well?
We just never had the opportunity really to sit down and talk. You know, I said hey to him, he'd say hey back.
All right. Did you know if Travis was practicing for football and not home on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also help Miss Rudolph with any type of security in her home?
Yeah, she was having problems with her Ring doorbell, and I helped her hook that up.
Did you ever see cameras all over the outside of her home?
Yes, sir.
Why was she so concerned? Do you know why she was so concerned about?
Well, they had told me, I think, well, DJ, about her.
Hold on.
Well, he was about to give a hearsay response, so sustained and ask another question.
All right. Well, isn't it true you heard that from that Mr. Rudolph, the husband?
Objection, Your Honor.
I didn't finish my question.
Yeah, look, finish the question. Don't answer, Mr. Estes, until I say it's okay, all right? Go ahead.
Isn't it true that you heard Mr. Rudolph was killed and then Miss Rudolph became very concerned about security?
Objection, Your Honor. Answer calls for hearsay, lack of foundation.
I'm offering for the truth.
Overruled.
Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
All right. And you don't have those kind of security cameras in your house, do you?
No.
Okay. So she was a single woman living in that home with her sons, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that DJ is a farmer type young man?
Yes.
And he has animals in the backyard?
Yes.
Chickens?
Yep.
Dog?
I don't know if I've seen a dog or not. He has a rabbit that got out, and I had to help him catch it.
How about a potbelly pig?
I seen a pig.
Do you know if he also has a place in Alabama, a farm in Alabama with horses and things like that?
Yes, we talked about that.
All right. And are you aware that DJ stays with his mom because he's trying to help her after the dad passed away?
Yes.
All right. You said that it was a regular thing. Not, you can't count how many times, but you heard Travis and the girlfriend arguing outside many times.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how often or no?
I really can't say how often, you know. I mean, it was, like I said, it was regular enough where you remember it, you know. It's like, oh, here we go again.
Just annoying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is DJ a little simplistic? In other words, is he kind of a quiet type guy who's very not outgoing, or is he an outgoing kind of guy?
No, he's just, you know, quiet, you know, just a nice guy.
You ever see DJ with a woman or a man or a partner or anything like that?
Nope, I see him always working, mowing grass and, you know, running his Uber runs and stuff.
Okay. You told us a little while ago when the prosecutor was asking you questions that you saw this young woman, you don't know her name, do you? Travis's girlfriend?
I've learned it through all this process as Dominique or something.
All right, but you didn't know it at the time when this was all
No.
going on. All right. When you saw Dominique, as you described, slapping Travis, the times you saw that, you saw Travis with his arms folded?
Yes, sir.
Never saw him touch her?
No, sir.
And she was the aggressor with him all the time?
Always.
And you didn't talk to Travis about it because you didn't know him that well, but you spoke to his brother and told him no woman is worth this?
That wasn't my exact words, but I wasn't going to tell in court what I actually said.
Okay, but that's basically what you meant.
Yes.
All right. You may have used some profanities?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't like this woman? Based on what you saw?
I know that I've been around and seen the type before. You know, it's just, it's not worth the drama.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Travis about it, or you never really had a conversation with him about anything?
No, I never.
You didn't?
had a conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I never really had much of a conversation with Travis.
All right. So the night this happened, you said you had, I'm sorry for your loss, a horrible day. Your best friend passed away.
Yes, sir.
Were you taking care of him as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. This was just a nightmare.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then, do you normally stay up around midnight, or was it because of the tragedy that you were still up?
It was because of what happened that morning, you know, with the family and everything.
With your friend?
Yes.
Okay. So the last thing you needed was to see or hear any of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever seen anybody come and knock or fight or knock on the door at midnight to the Rudolph residence?
Not fighting or anything. No, I'm usually not up at that time.
Or anybody ever wake you? You're hearing a fight or a ruckus outside their house at midnight or later?
I've heard them argue a few times.
Okay, like you described.
Yes.
So the day before the shooting, a few hours before the shooting, you actually saw this woman who you now know as Dominique and Travis arguing, or you heard them arguing?
I heard them arguing, and it's like, you know, oh God, not tonight, not today, you know.
All right, where were you when you heard that?
I was actually trying to lay down, and then I got up. I heard that, and I got up.
All right,
And I went to the living room, and you know, yep, it's another one of them. So I just sit down and turn the TV on.
other than this woman calling Travis a broke bitch, as you described, could you make out any other words that she or he was saying?
I can't remember. I just remember she just kept repeating that, you know, just calling him a broke bitch, and you know, the normal yelling, and you know.
Okay. You know Travis has a BMW?
He had one, yep,
Okay. And do you know where he usually parked it?
in front of the house.
And DJ, do you know what kind of car he had, if you remember?
He had a little silver car.
All right, where did he normally park?
He was either in the front of the house or to the redwood side of the house.
Was there also a car by Linda, Miss Rudolph?
Yes, her car is in the driveway.
That's where she normally parks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you heard and you got up, was it dark out at that point? When you heard this ruckus between Travis and his girlfriend?
It was late, yeah, but it wasn't. I can't tell you what time it was.
Okay. And did you see any physical altercation during this time period?
No, I didn't witness it. You know,
Right. Did you see DJ outside?
I heard DJ tell him to knock it off, and you know, trying to. But that was normal too. Every time they got into it, DJ was trying to. He was like the, I don't know, a moderator, you know, trying to break it up and calm it down.
All right. When you watched this, did you see DJ or Travis touch this young woman when you got up?
I never seen neither one of them touch her.
Okay. Did you see the young woman pick up a brick by any chance?
No,
All right. You didn't see anything physical that
no,
night? Were you watching the whole time or just a little bit?
no. You get immune to it after a while. Unfortunately.
Sure. You had no idea this was going to end in somebody shooting a gun, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, the whatever you heard wasn't called for somebody, or saw wasn't called for somebody shooting for what Travis and Dominique went through, was it?
No, sir.
You weren't expecting anything like that.
No, sir.
All right. And then you heard a car drive off?
Yes, sir.
You assumed that was the girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you see or hear anything else until you heard this and saw the fight?
No. Did
you, where were you when you first heard the fighting?
Sitting on my couch.
Were you falling asleep, or were you still awake, or?
Maybe in and out.
All right. Did you see the men who didn't live there drive up?
No.
Did you see a car that wasn't familiar to you in front of either your block or across the street directly by the Rudolph house? Did you see any strange cars there?
No.
All right. You have any idea where these men parked?
No.
You know how they got to Rudolph residence?
No.
You don't know if they took a cab or they had a car?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have no security cameras, right?
No, sir.
You know if any of your neighbors do beside the Rudolph residence? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. You never checked any houses for cameras, do you?
No.
Wouldn't mean anything to you, right?
No.
Okay. So when you wake up, you hear punching, slapping, things like that?
Well, I wasn't really asleep. I just, all of a sudden I heard like somebody slapping somebody, like somebody fighting. So I got up and I went to the door, and like I said, there was two piles of people in the front yard fighting.
Did you see DJ in one pile?
DJ would be in one pile and Travis in one pile, and there'd be a bunch of people over here and a bunch of, and like I said, they just, you know, whoever's getting the best at it, somebody jump over here, somebody jump there. It was a brawl, a ruckus.
Would you agree that there was at least two men fighting with either DJ or Travis at any given time that you observed?
Yes.
Was there sometimes three men against one of the Travis brothers?
Yes.
And were you worried that the Travis brothers could get hurt?
Worried.
I mean, the Rudolph brothers.
You know, yeah, I thought they could get hurt. I thought, like I said, you know, nowadays when something like that's going on, somebody's going to pull a knife or a gun.
Forget the knife or a gun. Just by the punching, did you see kicking as well?
Yes.
Choking?
Yes.
This is a serious fight.
It was a brawl.
Okay. You didn't go outside and get involved, right?
I'm 60 years old. At that time, I was.
Of course. I mean, you didn't physically get involved.
No, sir.
Okay. If you can explain to us why you felt the need personally, if they were across the street or in the street by the pole when you saw them or on the driveway, right? That's what you said?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the whole altercation or just part of it?
Well, when I seen it going on, I said, you know, oh shit, this is going to go bad.
Right, but do you think you saw it from the very beginning?
No, sir.
All right. Was it going on for a while before you got up?
No, as soon as I heard the noise, I got up and looked.
Gotcha. All right.
I don't know when it started, but they were all in, when I walked to the door, they were all in the piles going at it.
Okay. Could you see who the aggressors were, or you couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. It's just a bunch of people.
All right. But there was at least 2 or 3 men on each one of the Travis Rudolph or DJ Rudolph piles at any given time.
Yes.
Were you close enough to see if anyone pulled out a gun?
I think if somebody would have pulled one out and aimed it, I would have noticed it.
All right. Could you see everything that was going on in terms of this argument and fight? I mean, in other words, did you ever see, let me ask you this way, did you see the fight continue where DJ was straight ahead of you, further down the street?
No, sir.
Further down the street. Okay. All right. Did you ever see the fight continue where DJ was straight ahead of you, further down the street?
No, sir.
The street.
No, but I didn't watch all of it because I turned around and went to my room to get my gun.
All right. So when you left, you don't know if DJ was trying to get away from these guys and was going further down where, remember you showed us where the muzzle flashes were?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you don't know if DJ was down in that area being attacked by anyone at that point, do you? Before the muzzle flashes went off?
I don't know.
You didn't see DJ when you came back
No.
with your gun?
No. Nobody was in. When I came back to the door, like I said, before I got to the door, I heard a few pops, and then I went up to the door kind of sideways. There was nobody in the yard, and then I seen the muzzle flashes down the street.
Sure. And DJ was not in front of the house or in your view when you got back to the door, right?
No.
And would you agree that where the muzzle flashes were, was that about a block and a half from where you are?
It's about a block, about 150 yards.
And are you good with feet, like yards, and
Yeah, pretty good.
like a football field and a half?
Not that far. Probably 100 yards.
All right, about 300 feet.
Yeah.
Could you see down in that area from your door?
Not good. No. I mean, I seen the muzzle flashes,
Sure.
and that was it.
Could you see any people there beside the muzzle flashes?
No.
Could you see any cars there?
I didn't notice a car.
All right. So if anyone,
There, you had asked me that before about lights on a car. No, I did not see a car drive off.
so if anyone or any people were pointing gun or guns at Travis or DJ, would you be able to say, yes, that's true, or no, that's not true?
I couldn't determine it. Not that far.
Okay.
And it, like I said, it's darker down at that intersection. There is a street light, but it's not really good.
And you couldn't even tell that it was Travis shooting until he walked back towards his home, right?
Zach, yes.
Where was Miss Rudolph when the gunshots were going off? Do you know? If you know.
I didn't notice. I know when, after the gunshots, that she was standing at the front door.
Did you ever see Travis run into his house during the fight?
No.
So what happened or didn't happen to Travis, assuming he went into his house, let's do it this way. Assuming he went into his house to get his gun before the shooting, you didn't see anything like that with Travis going into his home to get his gun.
No, sir.
You only saw Travis go in at the end to go in the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So assuming Travis did go get his gun, could you tell us what happened to Travis? Because there's evidence that he went in. There's a videotape he went in and came out. You don't know about that, do you?
No, sir. That must have been when I was away from the door getting mine.
Okay, so before Travis went, assuming that's true, before he went in the house, do you know what happened to Travis the moment before he went in his house if you didn't see him go in the house?
I don't know. I didn't see him go in the house.
Okay, so if someone pointed a gun at Travis before he went in the house, moments before, is it possible you were on the way to get your gun?
It could have been.
And where do you keep your gun? In the drawer?
In the back room.
All right. Is it in a specific spot?
Yes.
You don't want to tell us?
No.
All right. Did you have to load it up?
It doesn't take long, but yes, I had to load it up.
What did you just put a magazine in?
Yes, sir.
Did you put one in the head?
Yes, sir.
You did.
Yes, sir.
How come?
It only works if there's one in the chamber.
Sure. You were not involved in any way, shape, or form with anything going on with Travis and his girlfriend or the fight. Nothing to do with you, right?
No.
So why is the first time since you've lived there that you grabbed your gun? What were you personally thinking that could happen to you?
It could move over onto my property.
So you were concerned for your life potentially.
With all that going on, yes.
Okay, and you were in your house behind closed doors.
The door was open, but yes.
All right, but you have a metal door, a screen door.
Yeah.
Okay, and you were still worried.
unfortunately, it's that time of world now.
Sure. You were worried enough to get your gun and put a bullet in the head in case, God forbid, you had to use it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't obviously shoot your gun.
No, sir.
Okay. But you were ready to, just in case.
Yes.
And you obviously know how serious that is when you pull a gun. You didn't have to pull it, but to have a gun, you know the responsibility because you're a gun owner.
Yes, sir.
And you have experience hunting and shooting and
Yes.
okay. Start hearing helicopters after the shooting? Oh, I'm sorry, you need some water?
No, I'm good. Yes, I did.
Right away?
I can't tell you how long it was.
All right. Did you start hearing sirens coming pretty quickly?
Yeah, but like I said, I can't tell you how long it actually took
Sure.
for that stuff to start going on.
All right. I mean, it wasn't hours, or was it?
No.
You start seeing blue lights around the neighborhood or flashing lights from police cars?
Yeah,
There's no secret the police were in your neighborhood, right?
right.
Did you see when Mr. Rudolph's sister showed up by any chance?
I noticed a white car pulled up, and that was it.
Okay. And did you see the white car leave?
Yes, sir.
You know who those people were in the white car?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with their whole family and stuff. Just Travis, his mom, and DJ.
Are those the only three people who live in the home across the street from you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, when the white car came, were the police in your neighborhood?
No. They were. I think there was some in the alley behind my house. I think they weren't right there.
Okay. But you knew they were around.
Yeah.
Okay. It was no secret they were there.
Yeah, they came and then they backed off for a while. And then after that, then they came in force.
And you heard the helicopter going during this time.
Yes.
Did you see Travis Rudolph come out of his home?
No.
DJ come out of the home?
Only when they were arresting him.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Bad question.
Yeah.
All right, so they went in their house, and you didn't see them come back out.
No, sir.
Travis didn't run away.
No, sir.
You didn't see Travis get in his BMW and drive, right?
Nope.
Did you see Travis come out the front door and try to discard a gun or anything like that?
No, sir.
And DJ stayed inside his house until the police came?
Yep.
And Miss Rudolph, did she stay inside the house?
Yep.
You didn't have any communication with the family while this was going on, right?
No, after.
Okay, but not during this time period.
It was when the detective was questioning me.
Okay, who'd you have contact with?
DJ and Miss Linda would come over and wanted to know if I could get a drink of water and go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. While the police were there?
Yes.
Talking to you?
Yes, because they weren't allowed to go back in their house.
Gotcha. All right. Was that the extent of your contact with them that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever help Miss Rudolph with her security cameras, not the Ring doorbell, but the cameras that are on the outside of the house?
No, sir.
Huh? But you knew they were there.
Yeah, well, she had monitors in her, I think it's in her living room.
When you say multiple monitors or one?
I think it was multiple. You could see different angles.
Okay, so you could actually see live what's going on outside the house?
Yes, sir.
Was that a little unusual? Did you ever see that before in someone's house?
No, but I knew about her husband.
I'm sorry. What's the, overruled at this point.
You ever see that before in somebody's home?
Let me take this opportunity, let me interrupt for just a moment. Make sure that any photographs that are taken do not include any images of any jurors. Understood? All right, very well. Go ahead, Mr. Shiner.
Thank you. Have you ever seen anything like that before?
I've been in different houses that had high security.
Okay. Where was the monitors? Where was it? You said in the living room?
And I think it was in the living room.
All right. So when you're in the house, you were able to see yourself what was happening outside?
Yeah, anything outside.
Do you know if they were being recorded?
I don't know. I don't know what type of system, but I just knew that, you know, it monitored everything.
Okay. Could you tell the men that were there, how many men beside the Rudolph men were there?
You mean in the piles?
Yes, sir, or during this whole time before the shooting happened? How many men were there beside Mr. Rudolph and Mr. Travis Rudolph and Mr. DJ Rudolph?
Living there or during the fight?
During the fight, sorry.
During the fight? No. Like I said, it looked like there's 5 or 6 people, you know, but I don't know how many they were because you'd have a pal over here and a pal over here, and they just kept jumping back and forth. I mean, at that time, to give an accurate number, you know, since then I found out that it was 4 of them, but, you know, that would equal up to when I said, you know, 5 or 6 people, you know, they're just all over the place.
Okay. But fair to say there was more of these strange, you didn't know these guys, right, beside the Rudolphs?
No, sir.
There was more of the strange men there than the 2 Rudolph men.
Yes.
Did you ever see any of those men before?
Not that I can swear to.
All right.
You know, they might have come visit or whatever, but, you know, I can't tell you.
From your door looking outside, how far would you say the Rudolph house is, your front door is from yours?
50 feet.
All right.
No.
So,
Yeah.
sorry?
Our house, a little bit of yard, the street, his is the same.
When you look out your front door, you're not looking directly at the front door of the Rudolph residence.
No, my front door pretty much lines up with the sidewalk on the Redwood side of the house.
Okay. And your front of your door is actually on Teak Drive.
Yes, sir.
And the Rudolph front door would be to your left. If you're standing at your front door, you have to look to your left.
Yes.
How much to your left? Was it one house over, half a house over, would you estimate, across the street?
Maybe half a house.
So the Rudolphs live on the corner directly across from you?
Yes.
You don't live on the corner, you live in the middle of the block.
Yes.
All right. On the side of the house, were you looking straight ahead? So that would be Redwood Drive?
Yes.
And to
My
the left-
my driveway lines up with Redwood Drive.
Okay. So you to the left of the Rudolph home is the front door, okay?
Mm-hmm.
From their front door, if I'm staying at the Rudolph house and my back is faced, I don't want to turn my back to you, but let's say I'm looking out their front door.
Yes, sir.
So now I'd be on my left. My left would be Redwood, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on Redwood Drive, was there parking spaces there if, assuming these men drove there, could they have parked their car there?
There was usually a white pickup truck parked there and right there at the corner. But yeah, there'd be room right behind them if somebody was parked there.
How about across the street on Redwood, on the other side of Redwood, there's parking spots there that night that someone could have parked there?
Yes, sir. In front of my house was open.
All right. So from where you were watching, did you ever see a car drive away before, after the shooting or during the shooting?
No, sir.
Couldn't see a car.
No, sir.
Didn't see headlights.
No, sir.
Huh? Did you see anybody during the fight? Did you see anyone's pockets, what they had in them?
No, sir.
No way you can see from there, right?
No, sir.
So if someone had a cell phone in their pocket or a gun in their pocket, there's no way you could tell us that.
No, sir.
All right. Did the Travis Rudolph and DJ Rudolph have a better view than you did of the men they were fighting with?
Of course.
All right. So after you, well, during the time you grab your gun and load it like you described, you start hearing a couple of gunshots, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's, what's the block behind the Rudolph home? Do you remember the name?
Sable?
Okay. Was the muzzle flashes on Sable, or was it closer to Sable, or was it closer to your house?
Closer to Sable.
All right. Could you say if it was on Sable, or before it, or after it, or no way of knowing?
I couldn't tell. It was down in the general area of that intersection.
Okay, so as you're looking straight on Teak, is the muzzle flashes directly in front of you, to your left, to your right?
As I'm looking out my front door down to that area, it looked like the muzzle flashes were going west, which would be going towards Redwood.
West towards Redwood. So where do you see the flashes? So well, let me use the chart. May you step down, Judge?
Of course. Watch your step, Mr. Estes. Use the pointer as well, please. Where is that? Who's got the pointer? Okay, thanks. Give that to Mr. Estes, please.
I'll use this.
Thank you.
No. I don't know. You mark this? I need this marked.
What are you looking for? All right. Mr. Shiner, it's more important that Mr. Estes' voice be recorded than yours. Okay, thanks.
All right. Mr. Estes,
Yes.
just so we're clear, you're oriented with this map?
Yes,
All right, show us where your house is, please.
right here.
All right. Is it labeled at all, or?
No, it's not labeled.
But you have the pool.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as you look straight down, you got a clear view as your front door, right?
Yeah, that's right there's my front door.
You have a clear view of Redwood,
Yes, sir.
and this road here is Sable, like you told us.
Yes, sir.
How do you get into this neighborhood? How do you normally get into your neighborhood when you go home?
When I go home, I can come in on Jasmine if I'm coming from North Lake, or I can come in Teak Drive, which is Crescent Road, runs right over here.
All right, so sometimes you have to pass the Rudolph residence, sometimes you don't.
I don't really pass it. It's right across the street from my house. There's my driveway. There's their driveway.
You would drive past it to get to your house if you came.
Oh, yeah, if I came down Teak this way.
All right, so there's multiple ways to get back to your home if you're driving.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see anyone earlier that night drive past the Rudolph residence right before the shooting? Did you notice anyone or hear anything?
I didn't notice anything.
Okay. So we talked about the parking. Is this what you were meaning? The parking right here that was available?
Yeah, you could, front of my house, there's usually a couple spots here, a couple spots there.
And you didn't see any strange cars around that area?
No, sir.
Okay. And show us on this map, you know, you said it was Sable, but where do you see the muzzle flashes, if you can try to point?
It was down in this intersection, right in this area.
Gotcha.
I can't say if it was that corner or that corner. I just know it was down in this area.
Is there a tree there in that area directly in front of Sable?
Right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You know if that overhangs at all?
a little bit.
Was it near that tree area? Hard to say.
There again, somewhere in that intersection area.
Gotcha.
But it was more muzzle flashes were more from this side of the street than it was over here anywhere.
When you say this side of the street, that means down the block from the Rudolph residence?
Yes, sir.
Their side, not across the street.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, this is an awkward position. Sorry about that. So the muzzle flashes would be, show us one more time, roughly, in your opinion.
Round over in this area, going this way.
Okay, so you saw initially in the area you said by Sable and Redwood,
Yes, sir.
and then west would be going,
This way.
Okay, so that the record is clear, the exhibit you're using is what? What's it?
sorry about that, one,
State Exhibit 1, and it's really, although multiple people have called it a map, it's really not a map, it's an aerial overhead, right? Okay, is it oriented north, south, east, west? Where's the north?
It'd be up here, sir.
All right, north is at the top of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, go ahead.
any objection, it would be right on this, northeast, south?
No, I think it's a good idea to do that, given the fact.
right, Ms. Dusty, put north, south, east, and west on here if you can.
Or at least just north. I think we can figure it out beyond that.
And just so I'm oriented, which way is west? If you could please put that.
This way.
You right west over there? Sorry. Want me to turn it around? Thank you. All right, so initially, it was more east towards Sable, the first few shots? Or what?
The first couple, I didn't see a muzzle flash. I just heard it.
Uh-huh.
And then when I got to my door, that's when I heard them open it up and seen the muzzle flashes kind of pointing in this direction, towards the west.
Okay.
You know, it was more longer. If it would have been towards me, it would be a short flash.
So the flashes were going not towards you, the opposite direction?
Sideways.
Sideways westbound?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could you tell, I mean, obviously, you know, Mr. Travis was shooting, right? You know that now.
I know it now.
You didn't know it at the time.
No, sir.
Could you tell what he was shooting at?
No, sir.
No idea.
No.
And you couldn't tell anything that was happening in his peripheral or his view,
No, sir.
or DJ's view.
No, sir.
And you know DJ was down there because you saw him come back up.
Yes, sir.
Right before Travis started shooting, did you see anybody run towards a car or run away?
No, sir.
Did you see two men beating up DJ right before the shooting? Down in this area.
No, sir.
So if anything happened in this area at the time of the shooting or right before the shooting, you can't see it.
No. Like I said, I had left the door to go get my stuff.
Okay. And do you have any idea where these men who were fighting went? Do you know personally?
No, sir.
All right. All right, let me give you...
They didn't, the car did not come this way. I know that.
Well, you're assuming they had a car.
You know, whatever you guys, just going by what you guys say,
Right.
I never seen anybody else pass my house.
You never saw a car before or after the shooting that was involved in this?
No, sir.
All right, hold on 1 second, all right? Thanks. Says by agreement, where defense is offering number 10 into evidence, a photograph on a large poster board, and number 9, photograph on a large poster board.
All right, very well. 9 depicts what?
I'll have the witness testify.
Okay, very well, thank you. Apparently without objection, 9 and 10, defense 9 and defense 10 are admitted without objection.
Let me show you this, sir, if you take a look at it.
All right, I see it.
You oriented with it?
Yep.
All right. Obviously, this is a daytime photo.
Yes, sir.
Is this a general photo of what your view is out your door?
Yes, sir.
All right, so from this photo, show us where the Rudolph residence is.
Right here.
Okay, and obviously your house is not in there. That would be pretty much your view down your front door?
Close to it.
Okay. Where's Sable on there?
Sable is down here.
Okay, and that's how many feet roughly from your house? Is that 100 yards roughly?
100 yards.
All right. And this block where this white truck is parked, what is that called?
That's Redwood.
Gotcha. And this block, is that Teak Drive?
This is teak.
Gotcha.
This is my front yard.
Okay. And can you show us on this exhibit where you saw the muzzle flashes?
It was down in this area.
And once again, that'll be between Sable and
That would
Redwood?
be Sable and Redwood intersection.
And that'll be more east towards Sable?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw him going west?
I seen the muzzle flashes going to the west.
Okay, so that would,
If you're looking at this now,
yep,
this is looking south.
gotcha.
You know, their house is south and then this would be west, and this would be east.
Okay? Let me show you fence number 10 that's been admitted into evidence. What do we see here, sir?
That's the Sable intersection. That's my house. That's my front door right there.
Okay. You have any idea what this oil or black marks are on your road?
No, sir. I very rarely do I ever go Redwood. I don't know why. I just don't use it.
Sure. So from your house there, if a car was parked where that oil slick is or whatever it is, you didn't during the time of the shooting, you didn't see a car there.
No, sir.
All right. And the tire tracks, do you know if they have anything to do with this case?
No, sir.
You didn't see those either.
No, sir.
You didn't even hear a car peel out.
No, sir.
Okay, you just heard the shots.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. If you can be seated, thank you, sir.
Sure. All right, Mr. Estes, go ahead and take your seat again.
Isn't it true you heard Miss Rudolph yelling over and over that they need to stop what they're doing? She has cameras, and they're going to get in trouble, these young men.
That was while a fight was going on.
Yes, sir.
He was at the front door yelling at him to stop, stop.
Right, and she told him she had cameras. You guys are going to get in trouble.
Yep.
She wasn't telling that to her sons, was she?
No.
Talking to these strange men, right?
That's what I thought.
They pay attention to her?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Mr.
Yes.
Did you ever hear, just let me use the microphone, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Mr. Estes, at some point, did you ever hear Ms. Rudolph say, "No, Travis, no, Travis"? Did you ever hear that those words coming out of her mouth?
I can't remember.
Okay. All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason why Mr. Estes cannot go on about his day?
No, Your Honor, he's excused.
Great. Watch your steps, sir. Stay safe out there, okay? All right, who's the state's next witness unless the ladies and gentlemen of the jury need a break?
And Judge,
Anybody?
we need to set up the video. We intend on publishing the exhibit
Body-worn camera?
So if they want to break, great. If not, I'll start setting it up.
All right. Folks, yes, looks like we do need a break. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Please be back by 9:32, folks, 9:32. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. Leave your pads there. Close them up so people don't inadvertently see your notes.
Court is in brief recess.
After you publish the body worn camera, who's the next witness?
We have a short officer, Officer Tavares,
Okay,
and then Mr. Robinson.
okay, good.
Judge, I apologize.
Okay,
After we do this officer, is it possible to take a quick break? I'm sorry.
sure, yeah. 10 minutes?
5
15?
minutes even.
Okay, sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
You're okay with this video playing and then that quick officer you're talking about, right? And then, and Judge, for this video, when they come in and I start playing, can we turn the lights down?
Of course.
Starts getting color. No, he's out there.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Clausey is going to now publish or play the body-worn camera that is from the witness who testified yesterday.
Thank you, Your Honor. No.
No, not yet. Thank you. I'm going to play this video first.
Alright, yeah, it was on 40th Road. Go ahead and set the medics this way. 4015 Broadway. Hey, step back from me, step back from me. Please, okay. Please, bro. Okay, go back. Hey, what is this? Alright. What's wrong? We got medics. 51, correct?
That's right, Mr. Chair. No, it's denied.
Does he have a pulse?
10-4. This news probably gonna be 7 what's called.
I got probably possibly 7 minutes. Remain extended down a little bit. Frame rate.
Oh, yeah. Alright. Shoot. Alright, hey, let's try to take him out, bro. I don't know if it's me or him. Yeah.
Hey!
Yeah.
We're still not sure on all of that yet.
Be in front of her? He's done?
We're gonna let them confirm it.
Yeah. Okay. He has a in the shoulder.
Shot, they see?
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
If the medics transport, I want two of you guys to go, the rest of you clean the scene.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe the pulse of my finger there.
Yeah, that's why I asked you.
Yeah.
Freeze it up, please. All right, what's the legal objection?
Well, I need to oppose, I'm sorry.
All right. All right, so there's literally just 3 seconds more?
Looks like 4 seconds.
4 seconds, all right, go ahead.
It's okay. That's a computer.
All right. All right, are we ready to bring the next witness in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and who is that?
Officer Tavares?
Thank you.
Stand here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. I follow. Watch your step. Put your mouth right against the microphone. Speak loud.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, when you're comfortable, will you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
First name Josue, Josue. Last name Taveras, Taveras.
Taveres. All right, thank you very much. You may inquire.
Taveras.
R-A-S, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, you may inquire, Mr. Clausi.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So we already learned your name. What do you do for a living?
Police officer for West Palm Beach
Okay. How long you been a police officer at that department?
since September 2019.
Okay. When you first started out, what if any training do you have to get to even start being a police officer with that agency?
I went to the police academy, nighttime, part-time, lasted 9 months.
Okay. And then once you graduate from the academy, did you start into West Palm Beach PD?
Yes.
What was your first position with them?
Training officer. I was in training and then became a police officer once I finished the field training officer program.
Okay. And so once you were a full-fledged police officer, what duties were you assigned to?
Patrol.
What does that entail?
Just answering calls for service throughout the city. Yeah.
Okay. Like 911 calls?
Yeah, 911, anything active or delayed.
Okay. And did you have I'm going to take you to April 7th of 2021. Did you have a specific area you were assigned to in West Palm Beach?
Yes.
Where is that?
It was so my specific area was Sector 11 at the time. It's basically from Banyan all the way to Palm Beach Lakes, and then from the water all the way to, like, I would say 7th Street and PBL area.
Okay. And were you on duty around midnight, a little bit after midnight on April 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Were you doing your normal patrol?
I was actually on a call.
Okay. And did you get diverted from that call to respond to a potential shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were asked to respond to, what area?
While I was listening to the radio on another call, I was hearing that there was a vehicle coming, and we didn't know. They were trying to drive. I guess they were trying to drive to the hospital or something like that.
Okay.
And we were trying to find the location. Eventually, I heard over the radio that they were on 40th and Broadway.
Okay. And so once you heard that location, did you start traveling to that area?
Yes, sir. I was on 37th and Broadway area, so I immediately went over there because I saw the lights and sirens from the other officers getting there, and then they found them.
Got it. So when you get to the area of 40th Street and Broadway, are you the first officer there, or are there other officers present?
There were already other officers present.
Okay. And so did you pull up to the scene as well?
Yes.
Okay. And while you're on duty, back on April 7th, 2021, does your agency have what's known as body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your requirement that as soon as you start responding to a call to activate your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this circumstance once you got to 40th Street and Broadway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what you saw when you got there?
When I saw the vehicle. It was a black vehicle parked. It had a few gunshots to the back, and by the time they had already had several of the occupants outside of the vehicle, and I was with one of them throughout the entire time.
Do you remember what the name of that individual was?
Keyshawn Jones.
Okay. And While you were on scene, do you remember what the demeanor of Keyshawn Jones was?
He was in panic and kind of distraught and in disbelief, I would say.
And without saying right now, what, if anything, he said? Was he talking back and forth with you?
I was just trying to, at the time, I was trying to get a location of where it occurred because it's kind of important to know jurisdiction because the vehicle was just driving. We don't know if it occurred. It was driving like southbound. We don't know if it occurred like 59th and Broadway. We didn't have shot spotters, so, we're wondering maybe it came out from west. So after getting the location, he told me Lake Park. And then I was like, okay. And then I was like, so what happened? And he told me he was in an argument with Travis, and he got upset. And as they were leaving, he started shooting at their vehicle, and then they started fleeing because of it. Then he noticed JB, his friend, got shot.
Okay. Now, had you ever met any of those people that were outside of the car before
No, sir.
that day? Okay. Now, everything you just said, did that end up being captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, while this is going on, your conversation, are there other police officers kind of in that area doing separate things in relation to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review your body-worn camera prior to today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach defense group?
You may.
Sounds like without objection, Judge, the state's seeking to admit Exhibit 64, this officer's body-worn camera video from April 7th, 2021.
All right. Apparently without objection, and that's State Exhibit what?
64.
64. State Exhibit 64, body-worn camera of Officer Taveras. Sorry. My R looks like a D. I'll fix it right now. Yes, you may. All right. Yeah, and then is this likely to be evoke an emotional response from anyone, do you think?
I think we're okay for right now.
They're still, okay, very well, thank you. All right, tell me when to dim the lights and I will.
Go ahead.
All right.
This video is approximately 8.5 minutes long.
All right.
Where does it occur? Oh my God. Where did this occur? Down the street. Where is down the street? What is that? Address.
I don't know the address.
What do you mean? Where does it occur? Where? In Travis's house. What's Travis?
Travis Rudolph.
What city?
Here. In the city.
Yes. Okay, but you know the address?
No, I'm not sure.
Travis Rudolph's house?
Search says ask where this happened.
Yeah, we're still
This happened down the street, probably like half a mile, not even a mile. We're trying to get from there to down here to the hospital. You know the bridge? We don't know. So much shit's happening right now. I came like 5 minutes down the road.
Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened. Where did this occur?
No, I did not, bro. I did not. Travis Rudolph's house.
What is Travis Rudolph house? Who's that?
That's his name.
That's his name?
No, Sebastien. Oh my fucking God, bro. Oh my fucking God, bro. That time one day,
Relax.
I can't.
What's your name, bro?
Keyshawn Jones.
Keyshawn?
Yes.
Spell it for me. Key?
K-E-I-S.
K-E-I-S-H. Spell it again? K-E-I-S-H-A-U-N. Date of birth. Last name.
$15.99.
Last name?
Jones.
Middle initial?
J.
Where you live at?
I live in Del Rey.
Address.
1505 Spring Harbor Drive.
1505 Spring
Harbor Drive.
Harbor Drive. Date of birth? Del Rey, right?
Yes, Del Rey Beach, 5455.
What's the phone number, man?
412
Huh?
297 1020.
All right, dude. You gotta understand, where did this happen? Did this happen here? Did it happen in Riviera Beach? Did it happen in Lake Park?
Lake Park.
Lake Park?
Lake Park.
Hey, did it happen in Lake Park? Lake Park. What's the address?
I don't know.
Bro, I'm telling you, what's the address?
I don't know.
So you don't know where this person lives at?
I don't know where she lives.
All right. This is Lake Park, my dude. Do you know streets at least?
I'm not from here. I'm not from here.
So tell me what happened.
To talk to him.
Who's Travis?
Travis is, he's my I'm sorry.
Bro, I need you to breathe and think.
That's me!
Okay, man. So tell me what happened.
We went to the house and talked to Travis.
Okay.
He came outside trying to argue. We're not trying to argue with him.
Okay.
We're on our way out. We get to the car. He runs back in the house, grabs his gun, comes out and starts shooting at us while we're trying to leave.
Okay, and then you guys just started to, you noticed that he was shot, or what happened then?
He was starting to shoot. I didn't know he was shot. I'm driving away. And he told me.
So Travis, this person named Travis did this?
Yes.
Okay. He said it, Travis, he lives in Lake Park. He doesn't know the address, he just knows it's in Lake Park. Who's Travis? What's Travis?
Travis was my sister's ex-boyfriend.
Okay. And what about Travis? What is...
He came outside with the gun and started shooting at him and trying to run away.
1474.
Alright, man. So what else happened? You started driving down here to try to get to the hospital. That's when you noticed him shot?
Yes.
Okay. What was he shot at?
His shoulder. I'm not sure.
Shoulder?
Again, is given 4015 Broadway where the victim is located.
Was this the only vehicle that he was shooting at?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was there. Sean Jones. Keyshawn Jones. Keishaun. J. Marshall. Last name Jones. 10-15-99. And he lives at 1505 Spring Harbor Drive. That's in Del Rey.
Is he still driving the black? Yeah. Sebastian Jean-Jacques. Yes. Yes.
J-A-C,
It's like Jean-Jacques.
Jean-Jacques. You know how old he is?
He's 21. Sorry, straight, bro. You are good.
2179. Gordon's 2186, I believe.
Hey, you got a better view.
Hey, oh man, let's step over here for a minute. Come over here.
Why is this in the car?
Sit down.
Why is this in the car, man? Why is this in the car, man?
That concluded, I'm just going to bring up a frame from it, Judge. We can keep the lights on.
All right, thank you.
Now, just for clarification, officer, can you see this timestamp up here?
0427, I think.
Yep,
Yeah.
0427. Now, was it 4:27 a.m. when you got to this scene?
Approximately, yes.
Are you sure?
I mean,
Do you read a report in this case, officer?
yes, yes, sir.
Did that help refresh your memory as to what time you got
Yes.
there? May I approach the witness?
You
sir?
may.
I'm handing the witness his one-page report in this case. Just take a look at that. See if it refreshes your memory as to what time you got to this scene, and then let me know when you're done.
0018.
And so that would be 12:18.
1218, yes, sir.
So for the jury's purposes, that timestamp up there ain't accurate.
Yeah, no, that's.
But the date is accurate.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, on the scene, clearly other officers are putting up crime scene tape around that area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, basically, once you're done interacting with the gentleman that we saw in the video, when it came to your personal involvement, whether it was going to interview people, collect evidence, take a statement, go to another crime scene, did you have any other involvement other than basically what we saw right here?
No, sir. I just stood by with Keyshawn Jones the entire time until I went back in service.
Got it. Now, at any point in time, once this crime scene tape comes up, did you see anybody that's a civilian coming across those lines?
No, sir.
All right. And once that crime scene tape got put up, did you ever see anyone that was a civilian on the inside, somebody like Keyshawn Jones, ever interfere with what was in the car or anything around here?
No, sir.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. No further questions. Judge.
All right, thank you. Any cross? Okay.
Do you need this? Do you need this?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You were not the first officer on scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was not.
I'm sorry?
I was not.
You've testified that you spent a good portion of your time with Keyshawn Jones, is that correct?
Yes.
You never saw any injuries on Mr. Jones, is that correct?
Not that I can recall. No.
Did you see any injuries on his face?
No, I didn't see any injuries.
Did you see any injuries on his body?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any blood on his face?
No, I don't remember seeing any blood.
Remember seeing any blood on his hands?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any blood on any portions of his body?
No.
The person that was in the vehicle, you took his pulse, is that correct?
The person inside the vehicle?
Yes.
No, I didn't. I didn't make contact with
decedent?
the deceased. No,
Okay, were you present when an officer or an EMT took the pulse of that individual?
no,
So you don't know anything about where the pulse was taken?
no.
After watching the body cam, do you remember seeing anybody take the pulse of the decedent?
There was a few officers over there dealing with it. Like I said, I came in a little afterwards when
Sure.
The other victims that were inside the vehicle, Keishan and the other gentleman, were already outside. So because they were already doing that, I would have to fill another role, i.e., an example, be with the other victim and see if I can get a location.
Okay, so you never had any contact with the decedent, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
In the vehicle.
No,
You would have had no need to touch that person's hand, is that correct?
no need. There's already officers there dealing with it. I don't need to be there anymore.
Okay. When you were speaking with Mr. Jones, he never told you that he was in a physical altercation that evening, did he?
No.
And you certainly weren't left with that impression, right?
No, didn't seem.
Did you also speak with the other gentleman?
No, no.
Did you notice any injuries on Mr. Lowe?
I did not notice any injuries. No.
Did you notice any blood on Mr. Lowe?
No.
Did you notice any torn clothing on Mr. Lowe?
Not that I can recall. No.
Did you notice any torn clothing on Mr. Jones?
No.
Did you pat down either of the men for weapons?
No. That had already been done. I was putting on gloves, but they were already getting pat down. So I started taking names and information and location.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the vehicle, the black Cadillac, was not parked near the entrance of this abandoned auto shop?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Was the vehicle pulled in towards the back of the corner of the abandoned auto shop, or whatever that building was?
Yes.
And it was pulled in straight? If you were coming off the street, and it was parked towards the rear, correct?
Yes.
The fence?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So the vehicle, when it pulled in, did it appear to you that it had made an attempt to park as far away from the street as possible?
Objection, false for speculation.
Want to be heard on that objection?
Pardon?
Rephrase, please.
Was it parked near the street? Was it parked near Broadway?
It was pretty inside the business.
When you say pretty inside, what do you mean?
Like in a diagonal way. I would say maybe 3 meters away from Broadway.
Away from Broadway?
Maybe 3 meters away from Broadway, maybe, I guess.
So was it parked in the most furthest distance from Broadway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you search the immediate area?
I did not. No.
You're aware that there was a fence there?
Not that I can recall, no.
Did you see a fence in what the body cam footage that we just saw?
I didn't notice a fence. I'm not saying there wasn't one, I just didn't really look at it.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a food truck back there?
I don't remember seeing a food truck, no.
Okay. But you didn't search the immediate area, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Did any of the senior law enforcement officers that showed up on that scene later that evening ask you to search that area?
No. Like I said, I just stood by with him and then...
Okay. How long would you estimate you were on scene?
Approximately 30 minutes.
And you testified that you were pretty much with Mr. Jones for that 30-minute period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you were
Yes.
reassigned or did something else, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Mr. Jones ever tell you that there was another person missing from his vehicle?
No, I don't remember.
Never said that, did he?
No.
No?
No.
Did Mr. Jones ever tell you that he and 3 other men went to Travis Rudolph's house?
No.
When you saw the body cam where Mr. Lowe and Keyshawn Jones were seated down when they were asked a series of questions, you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And while they were sitting down for that period of time answering questions, at no time was Mr. Jones crying, was he?
No, he wasn't crying, but, he was distraught.
In fact, he appeared to be angry and upset, right?
Yes.
He was able to tell you where he lived, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
He was able to give you his exact address, including his zip code, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He wasn't crying while he was doing that, correct?
Yes.
He actually spelled out his name letter by letter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He actually told you that Travis Rudolph was his sister's ex-boyfriend. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Not his current boyfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a
Yes, yes.
Okay. Same with Mr. Lowe. When he was sitting down there, he was not crying, right?
No, not that I can recall.
And
I didn't really deal with him much.
you weren't dealing with him as much as
No.
Mr.
Yes.
He appeared to be angry as well, right?
Yes.
And they were saying the F word over and over and over, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any bulges in Mr. Lowe's pocket?
No.
Okay. If you did, would you have been concerned about that?
Well, yes.
Why?
Absolutely. Well, he probably would have been armed with something, with a firearm, probably.
And
A
that
large bolt.
concerned you, right?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge, may we approach before this question?
Sure.
Stand up and adjust your position.
Officer,
Yes.
when you first made contact with these two men, Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jones, were they standing upright?
When I approached, they were already with some of the officers, and they had been patted down and searched due to the type of, the shooting occurred with the bullet holes, so they had to make sure that there's any weapons on them or anything like that.
Right, but when you first saw them, physically had a visual of them, were they standing up?
They were standing up at first.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to see both of the individuals as they were standing up?
Yes.
Okay. May I ask?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you what's in evidence as defense number 4. Let's get the name. Now, You've already established that the two gentlemen had been patted down prior to you seeing them. Is that correct? Okay. Do you recognize this individual over here?
No.
That's not Mr. Lowe?
Correct. Sustained.
Okay. This person here, do you see something in his pocket?
Overruled.
Do you see something in his pocket? Would you say that that's consistent with a firearm? Could that possibly be consistent with a firearm?
I don't think one needs to be an expert. Answer the question if you understand it.
Yes. As a law enforcement officer, looking at that gentleman's pocket, would you say that that is something that could be consistent with a firearm?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect? Yes. Okay.
I think you were cut off during cross-examination. What was Mr. Jones' demeanor like?
Distraught, upset, panicked.
Was he happy about what just happened?
Absolutely not.
Have you seen people not cry after devastating things in the course of your career?
Yes.
People react differently to these types of situations in your experience?
Yes.
Now, in terms of these bulges, this was defense 4. Do you know what's in that gentleman's pocket?
No.
Is it consistent maybe with a phone?
It could be a phone. It could be a ball.
It'd be keys.
Yep.
So, in terms of your experience, you can't tell us what's in his pocket right there, right?
No.
And I think you said in both examinations that when you got there, Mr. Jones was patted down, right?
Yes.
You aware if a firearm was found on him at that point?
No firearm that I can recall was found.
What about the other gentleman? He was patted down as well?
Yes.
Any firearm located?
No.
Any weapons located?
No, sir.
When you were around the scene at all, did you see any firearms lying on the ground, any shell casings, anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. And in terms of the other gentleman's demeanor along with Mr. Jones, what would you describe that as?
Also panicked, worried, upset.
Now, in terms of your questioning, we watched it on the video. Did you get into exact details about exactly what had occurred back in Lake Park?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask more questions about, did you have a gun? Did you ever ask them that question?
No.
Did you ever ask the details of how this all started?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you just trying to get a general idea of what had taken place so you can relay that information?
Yes.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, officer. No further questions.
All right, any reason why Officer Taveras can't go on about his day?
Know about his day, just.
All right, thank you. Stay safe out there. All right, you wanted a break, right? About 10? All right, 10 minutes. It's quarter after 10 now. Let's be back at 10:25, folks. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. No discussion, no research. Keep an open mind. You will not run into any of us. Thank you. Ready to bring the next, the jury in and then the next witness?
That's right.
All righty. And that's Mr. Robinson, right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jury entering.
All right, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats, please. And the state's next witness is? All right, very well, thank you. All right, thank you. Give me a second to finish this warrant.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, when you're comfortable up there, please get close to the microphone and say and spell your first and your last name for the record, please.
It's Tyler Robinson, TYLERROBINSON.
All right, thank you. You may inquire, Miss Edwards.
And Mr. Robinson, it's very important that everybody can hear you well, okay? So just make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone. All right, tell the members of the jury what you do for a living.
I work security, and I'm a student full-time.
So you are both a security, is it officer? How does that work? What's the term?
Yeah, so you have to get a security license, and then you basically work as a 1099 contractor, wherever you can.
All right, you're so soft-spoken. I just have to make sure you pull the microphone just a little bit closer.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, so you're explaining that you work as a security guard.
Correct.
Okay. And you said in order to do that, you had to get a license. What kind of license?
Security, a D license to work initially, and then a security G license to work while armed.
Okay. So the D license is without a firearm, and the G license is with a firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the G license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about, you said something about being a student as well. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us about that. What are you doing in school?
I just previously graduated, or recently graduated, with my AS Associate of Science in Paralegal Studies, and I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's in Legal Studies with a minor in Political Science.
You want to be a lawyer?
It's not currently my plans. Currently my goal is just graduating, but it's not completely out of the picture.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 23.
And so back in April of 2021, you would have been 21 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to take you a little bit back in time to when you first met Keyshawn Jones. Do you recognize that person by name?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately when did you meet him? Whereabouts in schooling were you?
I met Keyshawn in sixth grade. I'm sorry, not sixth grade. I met Keyshawn in 8th grade. We met in gym class playing basketball.
And would you say that your relationship with Mr. Jones got to the point where you were friends?
Yeah, that's like my brother. That's my closest friend.
So you'd characterize him then as your best friend, and I heard you say brother.
Best friends, brothers, yeah.
Did there ever come a point during the course of your friendship that you lived with Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about how long you were living with him, and were you living with him and his family?
Correct. This was later on, starting in high school, around about 10th grade summer, going into our junior year. I was no longer able to stay at home, so Keyshawn's mother and his family opened their doors to me and allowed me to stay with Keyshawn until we
And what high school were you going to at the time?
I went to Palm Beach Central High School.
And your family moved to a different county, is that right?
Port St. Lucie, I believe.
Port St. Lucie?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's...
And so how was it that you were able to stay in that school? Is it by living with Mr. Jones?
That was the only way I could continue to go there. I wasn't actually able, I was no longer eligible to go to that school because I wasn't zoned for that district based on my mother's home residential address. So I was actually going to be moved to a different school much further away. So just to prevent that from happening and just so I could stay with my friends, my mom and his mom allowed me to stay at his house for a little while.
So this wasn't because you were having any issues with your family?
There was some issues at home, but ultimately his mom and my mom just had a conversation, I guess, and just came to the agreement that it was best for everyone if I could just stay with Keyshawn, finish our schooling together.
While you were living with Mr. Jones, you mentioned that his family was also in the home. Who exactly was living there?
Keyshawn, his mother, his sister Dominique, his brother Antoine lived there briefly, and towards the end of us living there, his stepfather as well, I believe.
Would you characterize the relationship that developed to become more close-knit, like a family?
Correct.
How long were you living with the Joneses?
I would say I was living there for like a year and a half, maybe close to 2 years.
Okay. So obviously we've already talked about how close you were with Mr. Jones. What about his sister Dominique?
Yeah, that's like my sister.
Did you view her in that way, like she was your sister?
Yeah, actually, I have I would say, a better relationship with her than I do my own actual blood sister. So yeah, I consider her a sister. We have a good relationship.
Okay. And what about someone by the name of Sebastien Jean-Jacques? How did you know that person?
Sebastien was also a good friend of mine. We met the first year of high school, so at Palm Beach Central. That was also like my best friend.
Anybody else in this tighter group of you, Keyshawn, Dominique, and Sebastien?
Not necessarily. We have a good friend named Landon. That's about it.
What about Chris? When did he become a part of the group?
This is going to be later into high school, closer to, I've known Chris my whole life, actually, since elementary school. So he's been kind of just a friend of mine, not as close as I would say as me and Keyshawn or me and Sebastien were at the time. But going later on in high school, around, I would say, really closer to graduation, going to prom and stuff like that. Okay. I would say all of us developed a close relationship, and that's when, though I've known Chris since elementary school, when we graduated high school, we started hanging out more on an everyday basis, like Sebastien and Keyshawn and I were.
Okay. Had you ever met someone by the name of Travis Rudolph?
Not physically in person, no, but I was introduced to him on like FaceTime as Dominique's boyfriend at the time.
Okay. So you were close enough with Dominique that you knew who she was dating?
Correct.
And you knew Dominique had been married previous to her relationship with Mr. Rudolph, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you aware of whether or not she and her husband were still living together as a couple or still together as a couple by the time she started a relationship with Mr. Rudolph?
I believe they were legally married, but I think they were separated. I don't think they were together, living together, seeing each other, anything like that.
Okay. I want to take you to the night of this incident. So let's start with the April 6th of 2021. Do you recall receiving a call from Dominique on that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did she advise you about anything that had happened between herself and her then boyfriend, Travis Rudolph?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Upset, confused.
Okay. You said upset and confused. I'll take them one at a time. What was upsetting?
Upsetting, just what she was telling me and how upset she was. When someone you care about is that emotional, regardless of what the situation is, it's going to make you upset also for someone you truly care about. So,
and you did truly care about them?
Correct.
Did you know anything about a surgery that she had done recently?
Yeah, she just had cosmetic surgery, and that also maybe played into effect, or that may have also been one of the reasons why it did make me upset, because just the days before that and stuff, she was in such a I would say like vulnerable state, and just after you have any surgery, you're just weak regardless of what the surgery is. So I just saw her in a much like weaker and vulnerable state. So
So you also said confusion. Explain that for us.
just confused because I was under the impression that this was a I don't know the relationship well enough to call it a healthy relationship, but a normal functioning relationship. So when someone calls you that upset, telling you that something like this has happened, it's obviously a bit confusing at first.
Okay. So you thought they didn't have this type of relationship. So when you heard that, that was confusing.
Correct.
Okay, got it. So did you call other people? Did you call any of your friends to let them know what you'd been told by Ms. Jones?
Yes, ma'am. I called Keyshawn initially just to touch base with him, and because that's his actual sister, so I was assuming he spoke to her. Then I also called next, I believe I called Chris Lowe. He was at home. I'm not sure what he was doing, working out or something. He was sleeping, I think. He said he was getting in the shower or something like that. So he was going to come over.
Meaning come over to where you lived?
Come to my house, just at my own house.
By this time, you weren't living with the Joneses anymore. You had your own place.
Yes, I had my own place with the roommate, though.
What about Sebastien? Did you call him as well?
Yeah, I called Sebastien a few times, I believe. He was, I think he was at Flanagan's, or he was doing something like that, and he said he had to go home first, and then he was going to come over.
So the plan was then for everybody to come to your residence. Is that correct? That they would be coming over to your apartment that you shared with someone else?
Correct.
Who got to your residence first, if you recall?
I remember, I think it was Chris or Sebastien, one of them two, because we were waiting for Keyshawn last.
So when everybody was together, did you get the impression that you all were going to go to anywhere after leaving your apartment?
Yes, to speak with Travis.
Did you know where Mr. Rudolph lived at the time?
I didn't. I knew the area, but like specifically how to get there and stuff. I wasn't exactly sure. That's why we were waiting on Keyshawn.
So you didn't know the exact numerical, but you know the general area.
Correct.
What about Keyshawn? Was he more familiar with our residence than you?
Yeah, Keyshawn's much more familiar.
And did you get into Mr. Jones's car, or was it someone else's car that was used to transport you to Mr. Rudolph's residence?
Keyshawn didn't have a car at the time, so we had to take his mom's car.
Okay. Was Keyshawn driving mom's car?
Yes.
Is that the black Cadillac?
Yes.
Where did you get in the vehicle on the ride over?
I got in on the passenger right side.
So is that
back
the front
seat.
passenger?
Back. I got in the back seat. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, on the ride there.
On the way there, I was sitting in the front seat because I was the one like when you go out, like I just call a shotgun, so I was the one sitting shotgun, and then that's like a reference to the person who gets to sit in the front seat. So it's kind of like, it's not a game, but just a joke. Whoever calls it first gets to sit there, and then you get to play the music and stuff. So I was sitting in the front.
What was your demeanor like around the time that you're getting into this car with your friends?
My demeanor.
Yeah, were you still upset?
Yes, but at this point, so much time had passed that it was more or less turning into like, it almost seemed like a chore to go over there. Like as we waited for Keyshawn and as time go by, it just seemed less and less serious. But
All right, let me see if we can get the timeline together then. Approximately what time is Dominique telling you about the altercation with her boyfriend?
this is like around 10 or something, around that time, like 10 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. So by the time you're making your way over to Mr. Rudolph's house, approximately what time is that?
It's like getting close to midnight, I think, like
Okay.
around that time.
So it had been at least an hour or more since you'd heard.
Yeah.
Okay. Prior to getting in the vehicle, were any text messages exchanged between you, Dominique, and Keyshawn? Do you remember anything about shoot his shit up or something like that?
Yeah. Dominique texted me and Keyshawn, go shoot his shit up.
And what did you take from that message? How, if at all, did you react to that message?
Just Dominique being herself. When she's angry, she tends to blow things out of proportion at times. I don't want to say exaggerate because it's hard to say what somebody's truly feeling or if she is feeling that way or if that's just how she's reacting. But when she texts stuff like that to my phone, I don't really take it too seriously.
Okay. So by that time, you'd been well enough acquainted with Dominique that message did not send you into rage.
No, not that message in particular, because she kind of acts that way when she gets mad at me or Keyshawn or she just wears her emotions on her sleeve. So I just figured she was being a bit emotional.
Okay.
People are emotional. They say things that are a bit irrational sometimes.
Okay. Do you remember a message from Keyshawn about Travis is a dead man walking or anything like that?
Yeah, Keyshawn did text that in the group chat.
What was your impression after reading that message?
Just Keyshawn trying to be a man, I guess you could say. His sister's clearly emotional. He wants to respond in a way to let his sister know that I am your brother and I'm going to protect you. Not necessarily in a literal sense, but I guess you could call it a figure of speech.
As you all piled into that car, do you remember whether or not there were any discussions beforehand about you bringing your firearm to this residence?
Briefly, I had a discussion first with Keyshawn.
What was that?
Keyshawn telling me how he left his fire home at our...
Well, it's hearsay. Listen, the objection, and both sides have used this, the objection non-responsive is really reserved for the person asking the question. But it is hearsay, so sustained. Unless there's an exception to the hearsay rule that you'd like to tell me applies.
There is, Judge. Also, this door has been opened by cross-examination, by other witnesses.
Not with this witness.
No. I'll move on.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Jones, you said there was some conversation without going into details about it, correct?
With Keyshawn? Yeah, I had a conversation with Keyshawn personally.
And did you get the impression that you were not supposed to bring any firearms?
Yes.
Okay. What about, why did you bring it then?
Just two reasons. Well, one, I was scared. I didn't want to go over there with 3 of my brothers, and they're looking to me for protection. I didn't want to go over there with nothing, not knowing what we're going into. Initially, I left my firearm inside, and we were getting ready to leave. But I also had a conversation with Sebastien.
And again, without telling us anything about what anybody else said,
Right.
did you also have a fear that you needed to bring it?
Right. It was basically a fear I had to bring it. The first reason, and then the second reason, around this time, I just recently filed my application to receive my concealed license permit. So I was just kind of excited to have my firearm, and I just turned 21. So around this time, I'm bringing my firearm with me, casually places. I don't want to say everywhere, but I'm bringing it to a lot of places at this time. I just thought that's what men do.
So you're sort of getting into learning how to carry it with you a bunch.
Correct.
Got it. What about the ride over there? Did you take it out of your pocket, show it to anybody else as you were in the car or while you were in your apartment?
No, there's no reason to. These are my brothers, so they've seen my firearm before. This isn't a time where it's like a show and tell. Show me.
Okay.
There's no need for that.
Were you announcing it to anybody in the car that you were armed?
No, we didn't have much conversation in the.
What happened on the ride over?
Just driving over there, listening to music. I was controlling the music, so just picking songs and stuff like that. Really, there wasn't much conversation in the car. Probably on account of, like, we didn't really want to go over there that badly. It was kind of just something we felt we had to do. So
you describe it as being a chore.
Sometimes there's just things you don't want to do, but you have to do them. Looking back, not necessarily saying this is something that had to be done, but in the moment, sometimes there's things that you may have to do, and you don't want to do them, you're scared to do them, or you do it on account of helping somebody else. So those was one of those things. By the time we were heading over there, me personally, I didn't even want to go over there anymore much. And you could just feel that energy in the car. Like, no one really wanted to say it, but it was like, I can't speak on what my brothers felt, but it was,
You were feeling.
That's how I felt. Like,
why did you still go? Why did you feel any sort of pressure to still do it?
I don't know. Just trying to be a man and stand up for Dominique. As she can't stand up for herself, or shouldn't have to, 'cause she's a woman. So.
Okay. When you got to the Rudolph residence, did you park at the front of the residence or somewhere else, if you remember where Keyshawn parked?
Keyshawn parked like a few houses down, like down the block, basically.
Do you remember driving around trying to case to see if, anybody was home at that residence? There were cameras, anything like that?
Yeah, we were driving past. I remember initially Keyshawn turned down the street, and just out of, I guess you could say, fear of the unknown. I didn't know. I've never personally, I can't, this is not something that, I guess the correct way to word it would be like,
had you ever done anything like this before?
True. Well, it's not leading. It was not a leading question, but finish your answer. Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
Yeah, I was basically finished up with that answer, but to answer your next question, no, I haven't done anything like this specifically before. So that's probably why I was feeling that way. I didn't know who was at his house, or if they were waiting for us, or what was happening. So
you went over there to shoot up the house?
No, ma'am.
What'd you go over there for?
Initially, we went over there just to speak to Travis. And
What did you think could be achieved by speaking to Travis?
we're probably going to end up fighting. There's not many times that people are able to step back and analyze the situations, and it's hard for people sometimes to like mitigate the situation rather than make it worse. So
did you think that at that moment that you might have been making it worse?
In the moment, I can say no, I didn't. But looking back, yes, definitely.
What happened once you got to actually walk up to the residence? Did you go to the front door?
Yeah, we knocked on the door.
And can you tell me whether or not anyone answered?
Yeah, his brother came to the door, and basically he was telling us or telling Keyshawn, because he was like in front of me. He was telling him you can talk to me. I'm Travis's brother. Stuff like that.
Was anybody asking for Travis specifically?
Yeah, we probably all were. I don't know if I was specifically, but I know Keyshawn was, or Sebastien. They were closest to the door, so.
Okay. Do you remember removing your T-shirt that you were wearing that night?
I don't remember it particularly, but I did have my shirt off arriving to surgery. So, and that is also something that I wouldn't say anymore. I don't spend too much time playing sports or outside, but as a young man in Florida, I take my shirt off, yeah. So that is something that does occur.
Have you seen the Ring camera footage from the night of this incident where you all arrived to the residence?
Only pictures of what I've been shown.
And you noticed that you weren't wearing a shirt in those, right?
Right.
Do you remember now why you would have taken off your shirt?
We're going to his house late at night to talk to him. They were just previously fighting, him and Dominique, in some manner. So this, quite honestly, probably isn't going to be a friendly interaction. So I did have my shirt off. People.
I'm sorry. Please finish.
I was just gonna say. I'm sorry. I'm just caught up with my words.
I know this is a little
Is it possible for me to just get some water real quick?
Yes, of course. I think there's water behind you. All right, and if you need the water as we're going, feel free to drink.
Sorry about that.
Okay. No worries. Okay, so I was asking you about when you got to the Rudolph residence and sort of why you had taken off your shirt, and you were explaining that. And my next question was, did you think something could happen?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't think that he would be happy to see you there at that time of night?
No. I don't know specifically why I took my shirt off. Maybe I thought, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Going over there with Keyshawn was kind of a sense of, like, he won't hurt Keyshawn since we're with him. So maybe that, I was trying to play into that a bit. Maybe if he saw that we were with Keyshawn, that it wouldn't even get to that point, and it would just have to stay as a conversation or probably argument.
What happened? Did Mr. Rudolph, Travis, ever actually exit the residence?
Yeah, he came out of the house eventually, and that's when the fight started. Fight broke out.
What started the fight?
Travis ran towards Keyshawn and was trying to slam him on the floor, basically.
And what did you do in response to that?
We kind of got like all wrapped up. I'm kind of having him in like a headlock, trying to grab him off Keyshawn, but I can't really grab him just because there's so many of us all wrestled together, so we kind of all just fell on the floor.
At this point, is your firearm still in your pocket, or have you retrieved it?
At this point, it's still in my pocket, and just because we started fighting and stuff, I kind of forgot it was in my pocket at this point.
So, is it like fist fighting then, and like you said, trying to do the headlock, trying to pull people off each other at this point?
Yeah, it was a fist fight, but it wasn't much of a fight. I wouldn't say anyone was doing anything too serious to either side as far as harm or damage would go. No, it was kind of just people squaring up and
what's for the members of the jury that might not understand, what's squaring up mean?
Just getting in a position to fight, more or less. Everyone's just trying to assert their dominance, show that they shouldn't be messed with. I don't know what the mentality is going into a fight.
As the fight progresses, is there sort of two different groups of fighting, or are you all sort of wrapped up together fighting?
It's at first we're kind of all wrapped up, but then as the fight progresses, it kind of breaks off into groups, people fighting different people.
And where were you as far as when the fight broke into the two separate parts?
At this point, I'm in the front yard, like by the front door area, like in the main yard. Whereas,
so like right up front where you all had knocked at the door?
Right.
Okay.
In the front yard, not on
Not
the porch.
by the door, not
Right.
by the porch.
Not on the porch, but actually in the front yard.
So the grass then?
Yeah, the grass area of the front, closer to the street, sidewalk area.
And who is in your sort of group that are fighting right there?
Me and Travis are fighting in the yard area, and Sebastien and Travis's brother were kind of fighting to the side, and at this point, Keyshawn and Chris are kind of happened so fast, so I'm explaining it, and it seems like there's so much downtime, but I'm saying within seconds, Keyshawn and
quickly.
Chris are standing there now, and then a few seconds later, it progressed even further.
Did you pull out your firearm at any point in what we've described so far?
No, ma'am.
As the fight is progressing, and now Keyshawn has joined into your fight with Mr. Rudolph Travis, are you continuing to fight? Does there ever come to be a lull in the fight?
I would say, yeah, there was a huge lull in the fight. No one was really swinging anymore, just because, as I said, this wasn't like a big I guess you could categorize it as a brawl because of how many people were fighting, but it wasn't. It wasn't like we're trained professional fighters and they're trained professional fighters, and we're going blow for blow, and it's kind of just silly slipping, falling, a few punches being traded, people being tackled. It was just a weak fight. No one wasn't fighting too seriously. I don't want to say that, but just the end result wasn't very good.
Can you tell us whether or not Mr. Rudolph's mom was outside at any point during this fight?
Yeah, she was outside.
Did you know what she was doing or saying?
She was trying to show us something on her phone. I guess a video from earlier of what occurred or something that happened. But
Did you all stop to watch it, or what happened with that?
No, I didn't get a chance to see what video she was trying to show us. Everything's happening so fast. She's trying to show us a video as we're fighting, so basically I didn't really hear what she's saying until we kind of paused for a moment, and then there's kind of a brief break, and then I kind of got punched again, which started the fight back.
Okay. So you said there was a lull, then you could kind of hear what she was saying, then you got punched. Who punched you? Do you know?
Travis punched me.
Did you punch back or hit back?
I was swinging back or at least attempting to. I couldn't tell you if my punches connected with him or not, but I wasn't.
You weren't just sitting there taking.
Wasn't just standing there letting him punch me. At this time, I'm kind of trying to ask him what happened, not in a way that's very open-minded. I'm not asking him what happened, but more or less in an accusational manner, kind of.
So you're confronting him at that point.
Yeah, correct.
Are you getting any verbal responses from Mr. Rudolph about what had happened, or are you just fighting?
No, nothing. No, not really.
This fight, how does it, as far as grouping go, is it you and Mr. Rudolph, Travis, and who else is a part of this melee at this point?
At this point, for about 5 to 7 seconds, it's all about it. Last 5 to 10 seconds. That's as long as it lasted. After I got punched, me and Travis are kind of squaring up or engaged in a fighting position for about 10 seconds, and then Keyshawn and Chris and Sebastien are all in my peripheral. And within these seconds, I see, like I said, Sebastian's kind of more fighting his brother, where Keyshawn and Chris are at this point I think they came to the assumption first that it was probably time to leave, so they're probably just focused on getting back to the car at
Did
this
you
time.
see them actually exiting and trying to leave?
Out of my peripheral, I realized that they weren't close to me. I could see that they were moving further and further from where I was, so I didn't necessarily know that they were leaving until a few seconds later. Because again, it's not like this was like it was like quick. So like a few seconds later, I heard Keyshawn say like, "Oh, we gotta go. It's time to go."
All right. Did you notice that when your attention was distracted by that, Mr. Rudolph went into the house?
Yeah, I seen him run into the house.
Where was Mr. Rudolph's mom at that point when he ran into the house?
She was still standing outside.
Was she near you?
Yeah. At this point, we've moved closer to the driveway, where closer to the intersection driveway area. So we're standing there towards the end of his driveway. And again, I don't know exactly what his mom was telling me at this point.
Is she still sort of trying to get you to look at something in her hand?
I believe so.
Did you get concerned at all when you noticed Mr. Rudolph was heading back into the residence?
Yes, I was concerned, but I still didn't really understand the extent of to which I should have been concerned. It wasn't at that level yet, more or less. So, like, where's he going? Like, that's kind of odd that we're all fighting and he just ran into the house.
When Mr. Rudolph left and ran into the house, was there any fighting still happening outside?
At this point, Sebastien and Travis's brother are fighting kind of more closely towards our car, where our car was parked.
So when you say, if I could borrow states 1 and the east.
Do you need Mr. Robinson to step down? Okay, watch your step getting down, but you're going to be testifying from over here in just a minute. So go ahead and step
Just
down.
making sure I ask permission for that. Yes, if I could have you step down a little.
Is it possible if I could stay seated?
Can you see?
Yeah, my hip is just hurting. I have a bad hip, so I'd rather not stand.
Actually, let me take this to you then and have you point out the area and mark it with an X, okay? Give me 1 second. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Robinson, if you could, with an X, with a marker, just mark approximately where you believe Sebastien and the brother were fighting.
That was like, see where this tree is?
Sorry.
Let him use your,
Like where this tree is at. Like over here.
You said near where the tree is?
Not this tree on this side of the road, but
The tree on the side of the road where the residence is.
yeah, there's kind of like, you see this? It's not a shadow, but it's kind of like where the tree is, kind of like right over here somewhere. That's where they're fighting at.
So, okay, got it.
And we're parked kind of like over here.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, permission to publish that to the jury, Judge?
sure.
And you said your car that you arrived in was parked further down the block, correct?
Correct, further down the street.
Okay. So by the time, do you see Mr. Rudolph actually exit the residence? What's happening by the time he actually comes back out?
Yeah, I saw him come out, like he starts running like out of his house and kind of slips and falls. And then he gets up and he's headed towards the direction of where me and his mom are standing.
So his attention is not focused on the brother and Sebastien?
No.
So where were you? You said in the street by this time with Miss Linda, is that correct?
Correct.
And does he run over to where you all are?
Where me and his mother are, correct.
Okay. And could you tell at that point that he was armed?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of firearm did you see?
Like a AR assault rifle with like a drum on it. So like a magazine that holds like a lot of rounds or ammunition. Like it had one of those on it too. So like a bigger gun.
When did you have a gun of that type?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you ever have a firearm like that? I wasn't sure if that's what you were saying.
Like that?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I was describing
Oh,
what the firearm is.
Gotcha. You're describing his firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And you said it was a bigger rifle type firearm with a barrel?
Yeah, like an AR.
Did you say anything, do anything upon seeing him approaching you with that item?
Yeah, at that point I kind of realized fighting's over. And I was just kind of more thinking about just leaving, getting home with my brothers. So I'm kind of telling them like, you got that. Like,
what does "you got that" mean?
Just like a form of a form of surrendering. Like,
you actually put your hands up like, you got that, you got that?
Yeah, like regardless of what just took place or occurred, that's not really important. You're clearly asserting yourself in a way that's much more serious than I initially thought it would be. So I kind of just am surrendering, letting them know that it's all right. You don't got to do all that.
So at that, I think you described earlier that if you're in a fight, people are trying to exert dominance, so to speak. You remember saying that?
Correct.
At this point, he's won the dominance fight.
Correct. That's about as far as you can take it. Yeah.
What's in your head at this point as you got that, your hands are up, you're surrendering? Can you see, for instance, what's going on with the brother and Sebastien?
At this point, I briefly looked down to see just where everyone's at, and I see Keyshawn and Chris like towards the car, kind of already getting in the car, and Sebastien was still in the street fighting with Travis's brother.
And that's still about the same place that you just showed us on the map, or someplace different?
That is still fighting, kind of like where, like in the street, kind of where that tree area over there, like they're fighting, and then Chris kind of came back towards Sebastien, and then as when Chris comes over, it's kind of like they switch spots. Now Sebastien is going back to the car, and Chris is kind of standing there squaring up with Travis's brother, and then I look that way, and I see that's all three of their positions are where they're located at, and I look back kind of towards in front of me, and I'm seeing Travis trying to load his gun, load bullets into the chamber, He's
I'm
trying.
sorry, you're doing an action, so I just want you to describe it a little bit for us, or at least hold your hand up if you could, just so the jury sees what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't think it's necessary for me to do the action, but basically to load the bullets into the chamber, you have to pull part of the gun back, and he's trying to pull it back, but it's whether or not he's kind of nervous or he's a grown man, so he's obviously strong enough to load the gun, but I guess there's probably just so much going on. Maybe his fingers are slipping, but he's trying to load a gun.
Is he having difficulty?
Yeah, he's having difficulty loading the gun.
Does he keep trying?
It continues to load it until it is loaded.
Whereabouts are you physically in relation to the street and the car that you came in around this time when you noticed the firearm is being loaded by Mr. Rudolph?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, where were you when you're noticing this loading?
I'm directly in front of him.
Are you still out in the street, or have you progressed down the street?
No, I'm still standing in the street.
Did there come a point that you noticed that the brother and I guess Chris is the one left with him now, they're no longer fighting?
It kind of. I know that's not a sufficient answer, kind of, but
Explain what you mean.
it happened so quickly that as I see Chris is no longer fighting, at this point I realized he's probably going to start shooting at us. So I'm running down the street to get back to the car just to try to just like warn them, because they're much further away from me. So I'm not really sure if they can see what's going on or not. So as I'm running towards Chris, that's about when they stopped fighting, and me and Chris arrived at the car about the same time.
As this is happening, is Chris in front of you then, as you're headed back to the car?
Chris is right in front of me.
Okay. Do you have to do anything to get him into the car faster?
I'm trying to get into the car, but Chris is kind of taller, so it's kind of taking him like longer to bend over and get in the car. So I kind of push him into the car, because at this point he's already shooting at us. I'm not sure how many rounds have been fired, but I did hear gunshots already as I'm running towards the car. So I'm trying to push Chris just to let him know, like, lay down. We're getting shot at.
Did you actually make it all the way into the vehicle after pushing Chris in?
Yes, ma'am. We got in the car, and and we shut the doors. The doors were shut when Keyshawn started to pull forward, put the car in drive.
The way that the vehicle was parked at this point, was it facing the direction where Travis was coming from or coming to the vehicle, or was it facing away from where Mr. Rudolph Travis was walking down to the vehicle or running? I don't know what he was doing.
It was facing towards his direction. In hindsight, there's no blame on how you park a vehicle, obviously, ever, but we probably could have parked facing the other direction and left a bit quicker. But obviously you don't understand the severity of a situation until afterwards, so it's hard to say that knowing what you know, what you should have done.
I notice you're wriggling a little. Is everything okay?
Yes, ma'am. Just a bit uncomfortable.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Tell me about this point. You're all in the car. All the doors are closed. Is the vehicle moving?
The car is moving, yes. We're driving.
Can you still hear the shots hitting or firing, anything like that?
Yeah. it took a minute for Keyshawn to get the car and drive, so I'm kind of laying on top of Chris as much as I can. Of the vehicle where your feet would go, where your legs would go in a vehicle, he's kind of filled up that whole area.
He crouched down.
He's laid down basically, and so I'm like kind of laying on top of him, trying to get where he's at, but there's no more room.
You said the car doesn't move for a minute. Do you mean a literal minute, or is that just your way of expressing yourself?
Just a form of expression. If we sat there for a minute, we all would have died. So it was maybe 10 seconds to be literal.
Okay. And you said the vehicle doesn't immediately move off. What happens? Describe that for us if you can.
Keyshawn there's a lot going on. He's getting someone shooting at him from, I don't know how close it was, but it seemed like right in front of us. That's practically as close you can get. So someone's shooting at you. It's not like we're in the Army or we're law enforcement officers or trained for these type of situations. So he's probably scared, hearing bullets and just knowing that he could possibly die. So it's hard to drive a car knowing that's going on. And then I'm hit, and initially I thought it was Chris, but it was Sebastien who said I got hit.
When the vehicle isn't moving as fast as you think it should be moving at this point, what's going through your head? What's happening here?
So the car, the bullets are coming through the windshield, and then I felt myself get shot in my back, and so when the car gets turned around, I hear Sebastien say, I got hit, and then Travis is standing right in front of us, and then we turned the car, and I'm still laying on the floor at this point, just trying not to get hit with any bullets. And then when the car finally, this isn't something I can see, but I'm aware the cars, and you can feel when you're in a car and it's moving, regardless if you can see or not. So I feel the car moving, and I guess we turned around to leave, but then we just stopped, or it seemed like we just stopped. Seemed like the car stopped moving. So I feel myself get shot in my back.
Is this the second shot?
Yeah, it is. I got after I felt another shot in my back. I kind of was, and the car wasn't moving, so I'm under the assumption that if I'm getting shot, or so I believe I am, and that's what I feel, my brothers are probably getting shot too, so I'm thinking everyone in the car probably died, because we're not moving, and no one's talking, so I just assumed everyone was dead.
What'd you do then?
I just got out the car.
So you opened the door and ran out?
Yeah, basically, I didn't want to die sitting in the car, so I just got, I just got out.
Mr. Robinson, I know emotionally you're probably going through a lot right here. Are you pulling your firearm? Do you pull your firearm at any point during what you just described?
No, ma'am. I kind of forgot I had my gun, in my pocket. I want to protect my brothers, so it's not. I would never intentionally allow myself, or I would never intentionally if I knew I could if I knew that I could or had the power to help my brothers or protect them, I would have done so. But it's just so much going on, and I'm not really too sure what's gonna happen for myself personally. So it's hard to think about what's in your pocket, or where's my gun, or I need to shoot back at him when someone's shooting at you, stuff like that.
Fair to say at this point, your
It's not
mind
really
is
important.
on survival mode.
Yes, ma'am. Surviving at this point is all that mattered.
So you get out of the car. Do you start running away from the vehicle and away from the bullets that are still coming?
Yeah, I hear the bullets, and I can feel them going past me a bit. I can hear the bullets hitting the metal of the car. And then I felt a bullet hit me in my hip area, like my lower abdominal area, and that one hurt the most. It kind of took my footing from me a bit, slipped a bit, and was so yeah, I got shot again, and now I'm just trying to keep my footing and run down the street, because I know if I don't, or if I fall, or if I don't get down the street, or just from where I'm at, I'm probably gonna die. So just trying to stay on my feet, get away.
Okay. As you're running away, can you tell whether or not anybody is behind you?
Yeah, I can hear Travis yelling, and then shooting from behind me, and then I can hear his brother yelling as well, yelling at him to stop. He's gonna go to jail.
So this is Mr. Rudolph's brother. Travis's brother is yelling, "Stop! You're going to go to jail."
Right.
Is he talking to you?
No, he's talking to Travis. Him and his mom were kind of trying to stop him, just telling him, like, you're taking it too far, I guess. Trying to calm him down.
You said you also heard the defendant yelling. What is he saying as he's shooting?
Like, just I can't make it out.
So you're hearing yelling, but you're not exactly sure the words that are being used?
Yeah, just cussing, yelling. I can't make out the words.
What about the car that you were in? What happened with that as you're describing being out and running?
Yeah, so my
I'm sorry. I know this is hard. Just take a minute.
No, it's okay. Oh yeah, my brother didn't see me get out the car, so he was trying to leave. He was trying to leave. He thought I was in the car.
Did the car actually start moving and speed off?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were left behind?
Yeah. Not intentionally, though.
Of course. So you're running for your life at this point, I'm guessing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where do you go to?
Initially, I'm trying to first just flee, like get away from, first get out of trouble. So just get in a position where I'm no longer being chased. So I ran behind some houses where it kind of got dark at, and just was trying to just get to a position where, like I said, someone wasn't chasing me. And then after that was kind of when I realized what shape I was in. I was in pretty bad shape, so it kind of shifted from surviving to seeking help. Just whoever. I didn't have my phone on me. I left it in the car, so it was a huge mistake. So I was just trying to see if anyone was readily available with a cell phone or anything to help. But nobody was outside. It was pretty late at night, understandably. I knocked on a few people's doors. Nobody really was awake. I believe there was one house. I knocked on the door, and they didn't really respond much, but I could see through the window. The window was open. I could see they were standing by the door, looking. And I kind of looked down towards my hip area, and I could just see I had a hole in my hip, and it was like blood, almost like draining out of my body. It was moving quicker than I've seen something like that. But I'm knocking on the door, and they don't. It's understandably. I wouldn't say it's a bad area. We live in West Palm Beach, so there's not much areas that are too bad, but this isn't the nicest area, so it's understandable that at 12 at night, someone's knocking on your door, telling you they got shot. You're probably not going to answer it, so I'm knocking on people's doors, but they're not really much assistance.
Really answering, coming out, helping.
No, but it's understandable.
Got it. Do you at some point realize you still have the firearm in your pocket?
Yes. I noticed it's still in my pocket as I started realizing how serious my injuries were. I'm kind of checking my
like checking your body?
Yeah, like my lower body, just to see if I got shot. And that's when I'm feeling my pocket. I still have my gun in my pocket. And then at this point, I'm just kind of scared because I'm hearing sirens in the distance, and I'm just aware that a lot of people were probably calling the police saying that somebody was shooting because there was a lot of shots that I heard. So I didn't want them to think I was shooting anyone, and I didn't want a delayed medical, or I didn't want to delay my medical attention. So I just felt like it was best I didn't have it on my person. So I kind of just threw it in the where I was walking at. I kind of just I had sweats on, I unzipped my pants and just threw it on the floor. And as I crossed the street, I noticed the next house was their lights were off, so they probably weren't home. So I just sat down.
When you got rid of the firearm, did you like hide it under a bush or dig a hole or anything like that?
No, I kind of just threw it. Like, I didn't want them to, like I said, think I was shooting people or anything like that. So I kind of just threw it in. I don't even know where I was walking at. Just kind of dropped it.
And you said you found a place that seemed dark and quiet enough and you just sat there?
Yeah, you could say that. I was just knocking on people's doors and they weren't answering, so I went to the next house and their lights were off, so I kind of just accepted. Yeah, kind of just accepted the I don't want to say my fate, but I kind of accepted the consequences of my actions. And I just sat down. I was tired, so just ready to rest.
Could you feel yourself changing in strength as you were around this period of time?
Yeah. I could feel myself dying, you could say. I was losing strength and just the ability to communicate my energy. I could feel I was dying. So I just sat down. You can only fight so much. So I couldn't really find anyone, and I didn't have my phone to call the police. I couldn't find where my brothers were at, so I just sat down.
How did you, if you did, end up getting any help?
There was a older gentleman, not older, sorry, that's rude, but older than me, and he was in the street, and he had a phone in his hand. He was running towards me, saying he heard everything, and that the police are coming. He was saying, like, don't worry, they're coming, they're on the way.
Okay. You starting to get hope at this point?
No, I wouldn't say hope. I wasn't too worried about like if I was gonna make it or not at this point. I'm kind of just I heard one of my brothers say he got hit, so I'm kind of just wondering what's going on, where everyone's at. I wouldn't say I had hope, but there's obviously a sense of relief in knowing help is coming.
At this point, did you know what had happened with Sebastien that you'd heard was hit, or any of the other friends that you had in the car?
No, ma'am. I was relatively ignorant to basically the status of any of my brothers, just because I wasn't with them anymore. And as I'm asking the law enforcement like what's going on and stuff, they're kind of just they don't have much info for me, so I didn't know much of anything. All I knew was I had been shot multiple times, and that I was on the way to the hospital, and I probably needed surgery. So really all that was on my mind was like, if I'm in this, if this is the condition I'm in, hopefully my brothers aren't in a similar position. So that's kind of what was on my mind.
So it sounds like eventually police get to you, or some kind of aid gets to you besides the gentleman that was older than you. Is that correct?
Yeah. The the police arrived. A few officers arrived, and kind of just asked me what was going on, and kind of just stood over me, and they were saying that the paramedics were on the way. They were discussing like what they should do, and then one of them gave me a like a shirt or something of that nature, towel. It was just telling me like you should put you should apply pressure to the wound on you have on your lower extremity, because it's pretty serious. I guess to stop the bleeding. So I was kind of just holding my hip.
So that's a shot in your hip now.
Yeah.
And what side of your body are we talking about that you were shot at with the hip?
My left side.
All right. Judge, I've already shown to defense counsel what we marked as states 10A through I. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Ms.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Robbins, if you could take a moment to look through the series of photographs I just handed to you in states 10. Are those photos of you and your injuries after this happened? Sorry, I just need you to verbally respond, yes or no.
Yes.
And how long after the shooting were these photographs taken? Immediately or sometime after?
Sometime after, but I don't want to. Sorry, it's hard to answer that question because I don't know how you define immediately.
Let me give it to you this way then. Was this after you had been out of the hospital and detectives came to your residence that these photographs were taken?
This was when I left the hospital, and the detectives came to my residence to take these pictures.
All right. And do those fairly and accurately reflect what your body looked like at the time after being struck?
Correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, State would offer that into evidence.
And there's no objection. So State's Exhibit 10, Composite 10, A through I, which would be 9, I guess, photographs is admitted without objection.
And permission to publish, Judge?
You may. Do I have to worry about any kind of emotional response here?
I do.
All right, very well. Thank you.
May I retrieve the photograph?
Sure.
State is now publishing States 10A. And Mr. Robinson, can you tell us what portion of your body we're looking at here?
My right shoulder.
And were you struck in the right shoulder in the back there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Moving now to States 10B. Same question, if you could identify for us where we're looking, what part of your body?
That's my lower back.
And again, is this the left side of your body?
That is on the right side of my lower back.
All right. And again, were you struck here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the injury we're seeing there?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving now to States 10C. Is that just a different close-up of that same shot?
Same picture, just closer.
And 10D. Is that just showing both of them at the same time?
It's showing my shoulder and my lower back at the same time.
Moving now to 10F. Can you tell the members of the jury what part of your body this is?
That's my hip, my left hip.
And that hole that's there, is that as a result of the shooting in this case as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's where I got shot.
So that's the one the officer was telling you to put pressure on?
Yes, ma'am.
And 10H, is that sort of before the bandage was removed so that we could see that wound?
Correct. That's with bandaging. That's how it looked. I just had to dress and I'm not sure if it's dress the wound. That's the correct term, but that's what the hospital told me to do 3 times a day. So that's what it looked like.
So after you got released from the hospital, you had to dress it yourself and clean it?
Yeah, like stuff my hip with gauze, and then after I clean it and stuff, and then bandage it up, and then take it back out, and then restuff it, and just until it healed up.
Okay. Now also 10G. What part of your body and what is being shown, if you remember?
That's my arm, my wrist, my left, or looks like my right wrist. I'm not sure if the correct term is shrapnel, but basically, I guess when because the bullets are so hot and they're hitting metal pieces or like fragments of the metal. This is what the hospital told me. I don't know for sure, but they said pieces of the metal kind of break off, and when you see those little specks underneath your skin, it's basically the metal hitting your skin, and then sometimes it heals underneath just because they're so small, so it's still there.
And again, this is also a result of the shooting in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And then finally, States 10I.
I'm sorry. That is my my legs, my knees or shins. That's basically just falling after I got shot or in the process of like trying to escape. Just fell, and that's my knee scraped up.
So these were after you jumped out of the vehicle that you got scraped up on your knees?
Yeah, around that time when I was exiting the vehicle, trying to get away.
Okay. I know you've been saying that you're uncomfortable. Why are you feeling uncomfortable?
I'm just not in the best physical shape. I didn't really receive much. I didn't do any physical therapy or anything after the incident. So the doctors told me I don't necessarily need anything like that, but I guess when you get shot, not just shot multiple times, but in general, it takes such a toll on your body that it takes a little while, not a little while, long while, for your body to get back to where it was. So I'm just still a bit uncomfortable just sitting here. I don't know. It's just
Okay. All right. So I want to talk with you about going to the hospital. How long were you in the hospital for? And do you know if you had any surgeries?
I got to the hospital and they put me in the waiting room for surgery. I guess you don't just get to go straight to surgery.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you have surgery?
Yes, ma'am. I did have surgery, but I didn't get to go straight into surgery. Like I was saying, I had to wait until it was assessed that I had to wait for the trauma unit to assess that my injuries were first of that magnitude that I needed surgery, and then they needed to see if surgery was even going to if it was even necessary as far as if I was going to live. So I guess they take x-rays and CAT scans, and so it was kind of
I don't know whether it is.
no, ma'am.
Do you recall?
These are things that
Ruled
I
at
personally
this point.
experienced.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Yes, ma'am. This isn't hearsay. These are things I personally experienced at the hospital.
Okay.
Overruled.
After the surgery and the x-rays that you just described, were you eventually released from the hospital?
First, I was in the hospital.
Judge, he's barely had a moment to answer.
Yeah. Overruled at this point.
As I was saying, after surgery, I had to wait to first meet with people because it was COVID. No one could come in, so I didn't really get to touch base with anyone. And, the doctors and nurses still hadn't told me the extent of what had happened to any of my friends. I think
Sorry to interrupt you, but how long were you in the hospital for?
I was in the hospital from like 1 a.m. until like 3 p.m. The next day. I was released after surgery just because I don't have insurance and stuff like that. So they sent me home. They said I could recover at home. But the doctors and nurses didn't really tell me what had happened to anyone else.
That's sustained. Next question.
Did you at some point later discover that Sebastien had passed away?
Yes, ma'am. While I was in the hospital,
Sustained. Next question.
Can you tell me whether or not, on the day that the photographs were taken of your injuries, whether or not the detectives also took photographs of items related to the Taurus, the firearm that you had in your possession on the night of this incident?
yes, ma'am.
Already shown to defense counsel, this is state 61, 62A through C, and state 63. If I may approach the witness.
May.
Okay, Mr. Robinson, I'm going to first hand you states 61. And do you recognize the photograph of the image that's there?
Yes, ma'am. It's a receipt.
And is this a receipt for what item exactly, or what items?
This is a sales receipt for the number of items purchased from Delray Shooting Center. The items were a Taurus handgun, a magazine, and it looks like a gun case, gun case.
And you had these in your possession when the detectives came over to take photographs?
Correct.
Okay. And does this accurately reflect that receipt?
Correct.
And is this receipt for that same Taurus that you had in your pocket that night?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state would offer into evidence state 61, Judge.
Thank you. Submitted without objection. That's 6-1, right?
Yes, Judge. Moving now to state 62A through C. And again, if you could take a look at all the photographs, let me know whether or not you recognize the images.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you identify what the item is that's being photographed?
This is a gun box.
Is this what you used to store that 9mm Taurus that you had?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have a gun safe, so this is kind of the next best option. That's where I used to store it.
And this again was in your possession at your home when the detectives came over to take photographs?
Correct.
And does this accurately reflect what that Taurus looked like, both closed and then open?
Correct.
At this time, state would offer into evidence states 62A through C.
Thank you. 62A through C is admitted without objection.
Moving now to state 63. Again, if you could take a look at the items in the photographs and let me know whether or not you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am. I recognize this is a firearm bill of sale.
And is this the bill of sale between yourself and someone else for the same 9mm Taurus that was in your pocket on the night of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the seller of the firearm?
Keyshawn Jones.
And Mr. Jones sold that firearm to you?
Yes, he sold that firearm to me.
And do these pages accurately reflect that bill of sale between the two of you for that firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, say would offer into evidence states 63.
Thank you. Submitted without objection.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Judge?
May.
First, starting with states 61, the receipt. And Mr. Robinson, you identified that this was Mr. Jones's original receipt for the purchase of the firearm from the Delray Shooting Center?
Correct.
Also purchased that day was a magazine for that same firearm, is that correct?
Correct.
And it looks like the gun guard or box that we were seeing in states 62, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. At this time, state would request permission to publish State 62. Showing State 62A. Is that the gun box that we've been discussing?
Yes.
And obviously the box is closed. 62B, is that now the box when it was opened?
Yes.
And when the items on top were removed so that you could see the contents?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, did you still have that 9mm Taurus gun?
When these pictures were taken?
Yes, when the police came to your house to take the photographs.
No, ma'am.
Did you leave it in the location where you dropped it that night when you were trying to get help?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the police doing at your residence? Checking to make sure you didn't have anything else?
No, they just wanted to make sure that the firearm was legally mine and legally obtained. And
okay. Did you have any other firearms?
no, ma'am.
Moving now to State 63, permission to publish that.
You may.
Showing State 63A, the first page of that bill of sale. And again, this is a bill of sale between yourself and Mr. Keyshawn Jones, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And it's a 3-page document, was that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so State 63B is then the second page. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then finally, the third page with the signatures and notaries.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For the next exhibit, Judge, that I will be requesting permission to utilize, I would ask for assistance from Mr. Clausy, if that's okay with the court.
Sure.
And Mr. Robinson, I'm going to be showing you some videos from the day of the incident. If you could identify yourself on the screen, if you can see yourself, okay?
Two-minute bathroom break? You won't even make it to the restroom in 2 minutes. All right, let's, well, let me, excuse me, before we do that, how much more direct examination do you have in terms of?
Under 10 minutes, I would say.
Can you wait 10? No. All right, fine. We'll take a 10-minute restroom break then. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules, folks, when you go back there. I can't get a lunch today. For lunch? Yeah.
Tyler, do you need a restroom?
So we'll have to have more time. Okay, got you. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. You're working on that order now? Perfect, thank you. Yes, sir.
Jury hearing?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Judge, can I be privy to what that is?
Sure. Okay, welcome back, folks. We're ready to continue with direct. Ready to continue?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
For the record, Judge, State is publishing State's 30 ring video camera
Okay.
of the arrival. When you can see him good. Okay. Ms. Robinson, can you identify which of the gentlemen, if you see yourself on the screen, identify which is you?
I'm in the back right.
So that's you with the shirt off, and of course you have tattoos. That's you that we can see.
Yes, ma'am.
So the gentleman with the red pointer on there now?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we just saw in a video when you removed the T-shirt. Do you recall doing that?
No, ma'am. But after watching the video, that is what happened, yes.
Okay. So that helps you to refresh your recollection of that.
Correct.
Okay. You see the vehicle that's positioned out here?
Yes,
Was that vehicle there during the fighting as well?
I believe so. That car doesn't look like it moves much.
Okay. All right, if you could play for us. What does holla at Travis mean?
Like speak to him.
So where Travis at? Where Travis at? Want to talk to him? Can we holla at Travis? That holla means talk.
Correct.
If we could now publish States. Yeah, let's go with States 33. Okay, so again, sort of what we did with the last video, I'm going to ask that you identify yourself if you can, okay? So if we could play it from the beginning. Do you see yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And, oh, there was more. Thank you. Is this gentleman you here with the shirt off still?
Furthest to the right, correct.
Okay. And at this moment, is that when Mr. Rudolph is in front of you?
Correct. After exiting the house.
Okay.
He's not.
Can we back it up a little bit, please? At this point, there seems to be 4 people by that car in the street. Do you know if you are one of those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Mr. Rudolph's mother one of the individuals as well?
Yes, ma'am. At this point, she's still, as you can hear her saying, look at the tape.
So she's trying to actually physically show you something in her hand?
Yes, still.
Okay. If you could play, please. Did you hear that in real time, her yelling, Travis, come on, stop?
Yes.
And did Mr. Rudolph, in fact, stop?
No, ma'am.
If you could press play. If you could pause there. At this point, it's just you, Mr. Rudolph's mother, and who else? Just Mr. Rudolph? Travis?
Correct.
So just the 3 of you out in the street?
Correct.
Okay, press play. Is that your voice saying you got that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now publishing States 31, Judge. Surveillance footage.
All right.
And Mr. Robinson, sort of same thing we did last time. I want you to tell me if you can identify yourself in the video, okay?
Okay.
Okay, is this gentleman here you, coming from the front passenger?
Correct.
And we can actually sort of see your tattoos on your arm there, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the 2 gentlemen that exited from the rear of the vehicle, who are they?
That's Sebastien and Chris.
And then that would mean Mr. Jones, Keyshawn, is the gentleman here with the hoodie from the driver's side?
Correct, he was driving.
All right, if you could play. While we're watching, do you recall where in the vehicle you left your phone?
In the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay. And do you know why you did that?
That's just a safe place to store our stuff. Like before, I'm sorry, I don't know another example. For instance, like when we go play basketball, we put all our stuff in the trunk. We just put all our stuff in the trunk because, like I said, we wouldn't really know what was going to happen. So you don't want to lose your expensive phone or anything like that, or break it.
And what type of phone did you have at the time?
I just got a new iPhone. I think it was like 13 at the time, iPhone 13.
So you said it was new to you?
New to me and new like it just came out.
Oh, like a new phone that just came out from Apple.
Correct. So that kind of plays into why I didn't have it with me. It's like $1,000 phone, so I don't really want to break it.
So as we're looking at the image on the screen, as the vehicle is facing the direction where we could see the headlights, can you tell us if that is towards Mr. Rudolph's house or away from his house?
Towards.
Okay. If you could play. Were you in the vehicle when Mr. Jones pulled up a little? Or outside of the vehicle?
At this point, I still believe I'm outside of the vehicle.
Okay. After you all exit the vehicle, make your way up, if we could fast forward in time, yep, to about 12:10 or so. I want you to pay attention. Let me know when and if you see yourself, okay?
Okay.
Do you know what those flashes are in the video?
Gunshots.
Okay. Press play.
Very briefly, that was me exiting the vehicle.
So the sort of shadowy image that we saw, and if you could back it up a little bit and perhaps pause.
Yeah, right there, kind of right now I'm like in between the two bright LED house lights. If you kind of point towards that area of the screen, yeah, like right there.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see.
So it's not so great on the still shot, so we'll back it up and play it a little bit, but there's a shadow that passes there. That's you?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. I want to talk to you a little bit about whether or not you provided statements to law enforcement throughout the pendency of this case. Do you remember the first statement that you provided to law enforcement? Was it the day of when they're coming to aid you and they're asking you quick questions, or sometime later?
They were asking me various questions throughout, but the first real statement would be when I was in the hospital post-surgery.
Okay. So then that would have been on April 7th of 2021.
Correct.
And do you recall it being a male detective that you gave your first formal statement to?
Yes, very. My memory's a bit hazy from that particular moment, just because I just got out of surgery and I was in a lot of pain. They gave me a lot of pain medication.
Okay. Did you remember or do you remember, an additional statement being provided to the lead detective, Detective Vanderlaan, on April 8th of 2021?
Yes.
And is that the day she came to your house, you think?
Yeah.
And of course, that was also a formal statement, right?
Right.
Do you also recall having to come to the courthouse for a deposition?
Yes.
And that, does June 16th sound about right of the same year, 2021?
Right.
And also there you provided a full statement, correct?
Correct.
And do you also recall being brought to the courthouse again for a hearing and providing a statement there as well?
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about that statement that you provided at the hearing. What was happening on the day that you were brought to the courthouse?
I'm listening.
We can approach.
All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. So the question that I left on was about the day of the hearing. Do you recall your state of mind on that day?
Yes, ma'am. Angry, upset.
You were angry and upset?
Yes.
What for?
I just didn't feel like it was necessary for me to, I guess, relive everything that happened. I didn't feel it was necessary. Obviously, it was, and I was legally obligated to. But I made an immature decision to not do so, and acted a bit rebellious, and I was frustrated because the law enforcement arrived at my house and took me into custody, and was basically forcing me, I felt, to testify, even though I didn't necessarily want to do so.
Okay. Up until that point, had you refused to provide statements to anyone regarding this incident?
No, ma'am.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
I would yield the witness, Judge. No
All right,
further
very
questions
well.
at this time.
Clearly, there'll be some cross-examination. It's 12:45 almost. We haven't taken a significant break yet. What's the, well, let me talk to the jury first. You want to take a lunch break now before you get into cross? Yeah, okay, I see a bunch of nodding heads. All right, now, I'm told that the cafeteria is not open, so you're going to need a little time to go get some lunch. we will be out of here, as I've promised yesterday, multiple times. We'll be out of here at no later than 5 o'clock today. But that said, how much time do you want to be able to go get some lunch? 1 hour? 1 hour good for everyone? Anybody say no, you need longer? Okay, 1 hour it is then. It's quarter to 1, so be back please at 1:45. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion about the case with anyone, even amongst yourselves. If you see one of us, we'll duck you, you duck us, and keep an open mind. See you at 1:45, or 1:45. 1:45.